members of City Council. In accordance with the Virginia Beach City Code Section 2-21, Virginia Beach Code 15-2.2-1413, and the city's Continuity of Government Ordinance adopted on September 15, 2020, and Chapter 1289 of the 2020 Acts of Assembly as amended, and by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Virginia Beach, I hereby call for a special meeting and electronic communication means of the Virginia Beach City Council, Tuesday, January 19th, 2021, 4:30 p.m. This special meeting by electronic means will be held virtually with each city council member participating via video audio conference. The purpose of the special meeting is to allow the city council to hold regularly scheduled meetings regarding the items list in the public agenda. If you wish to make comments during the meeting, please follow the 2 steps provided below. Register for WebEx at https://vbgovwebex.com. And then also to register with the city clerk's office by calling 757-385-4303 or via email at abarnes@vbgov.com prior to 5:00 p.m. on January 19th, 2021. The City Council meeting will be streamed live on www.vbgov.com and Facebook Live and will be recorded for rebroadcast on TiVo TV. Sincerely, Bobby Dyer. At this point, we'll ask Amanda Barnes, City Clerk, to provide the structure and instructions for this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. This is the City Clerk, Amanda Barnes. This evening's meeting is being conducted electronically and is loud, as described by Mayor Dyer during his reading of the call for special session. Also, please note this meeting is being recorded. Mayor, members of Council, there are no speakers registered for this evening's public hearings. We do have speakers signed up on several items. To ensure this live electronic event is successful, please note the following meeting instructions must be followed. Speakers, please mute any additional devices you have in the room to avoid any unnecessary background noise and/or the possibility of echoing or reverberation. It is important that once your name is called, please wait 2 to 3 seconds to ensure council hears your complete remarks. Please begin your comments by identifying yourself. And do not ask, "Can you hear me?" as only 1 feed is open at a time to minimize the echo or reverberation, and as such, you will not be able to hear a response. Speakers will be recognized in the order which they registered. Please note, if the speaker does not respond, or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, I will move on to the next registered speaker. Mayor and members of council, are there any questions about this process? If so, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing none, Mayor, I'll turn the meeting over to you.
Okay, we're going to move on to the approval of the minutes of both special sessions of January 5th and January 12th, 2021. Do I have a motion?
Councilmember, if there is a motion for approval of the minutes, if you would raise your virtual hand and someone for a second to raise theirs. Vice Mayor Jim Wood, and then Councilmember Tower.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of those minutes from those 2 meetings.
Councilmember Tower.
Second.
Jessica Abbott.
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci.
Aye.
Councilmember Henley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Moss.
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse.
Aye.
Councilmember Tower.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you've approved the minutes of January 5th and January 12th as submitted.
Okay, we're going to move on to the public hearings. No speakers, I understand, but just as a formality, any speakers for the proposed cafe franchise agreement at 27th Atlantic LLC, TA Oscars Oceanfront at 2613 Atlantic Avenue?
No speaker, sir.
And number 2, the franchise for city-owned property at 15th Street Pier?
No speakers.
Okay, and finally, the polling place change at Bonnie Precinct to Princess Anne High School?
No speaker, sir.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Wood, at this point, will you do the consent agenda kindly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move for approval the following items under ordinances and resolutions. Item F1, ordinance to grant a franchise agreement for an open-air cafe in the resort area to 27th Atlantic LLC, trading as Oscars Oceanfront Cafe at 2613 Atlantic Avenue regarding a boardwalk cafe. Item 2, ordinance to grant a franchise to Entertainment, Inc. for the use of city property at the oceanfront and 15th Street for a operation of Virginia Beach Fishing Pier. Item 3, ordinance to amend the city code section A 10-1, Ray Bonnie Precinct Polling Place to Princess Anne High School. B 18-92, Ray distinction between a pawnbroker and pawn shop for a business license. Item 5, resolution to authorize the issuance of Development Authority revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $39 million for acquisition, renovation, rehabilitation, equipping, and improvement of a 208-unit multifamily affordable residential housing facility for the Atlantis Apartments project. Item 6, ordinance to authorize 5 full-time positions for Virginia Aquarium Ray staff, the new South Building facility, and accommodate new programming. Item 7, ordinance to suspend City Code sections 18-49 and 18-50, Ray alcoholic beverage license taxes for calendar year 2021, and appropriate $325,000 from fund balance reserved from pandemic relief to provide offsets, noting that that's consent for deferral to February 2nd, 2021. Item 8, resolution to add a legislative request to the 2021 legislative agenda to support 4 bills requested by City Council. A, Senate Bill 1119, Ray assist with cost of purchasing, operating, and maintaining body-worn camera systems. B, House Bill 1859, Ray allow localities greater flexibility in administering commercial property assessed clean energy financing programs. C, House Bill 2042, Ray allow localities to adopt local tree replacement and planting ordinances that exceed previous minimum requirements to address recurrent flooding and comply with local comprehensive plan. D, House Bill 1738, Ray allow local governing bodies to create up to 3 outdoor refreshment areas within their localities, authorizing patrons of restaurants or other businesses with an ABC retail license located in the area to leave the business and lawfully walk within the ORA with an alcoholic beverage. Item 9, resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding with Virginia Port Authority, Ray placement of sand. Item 10, ordinance to extend the date to satisfy the conditions to January 20th, 2022, Ray closure of approximately 2,176 square foot unimproved portion of right-of-way adjacent to 770 Woodstock Road. Item 11, ordinance to declare the proposed location of Westview Apartments a revitalization area to qualify for Virginia housing financing. Item 12B, 1.5 million, appropriate 1.5 billion to dedicated reserve Ray Virginia Beach Vaccination Initiative. Mr. Mayor, I need you to open a public hearing for planning.
I am opening a public hearing on planning. Public, it's open, Jim.
Okay, under planning items, item 4, Red Lion Properties LLC for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 401 21st Street, Unit 5 in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss and Ms. Henley are voting no on that item. Item 5, Scott and Jeannie Williams for a conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 223 64th Street in Lynn Haven District, noting that Mr. Moss and Ms. Henley are voting no on that item. Item 6, 4500 Oceanfront LLC for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 4500 Oceanfront Avenue in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss and Ms. Henley are voting no on that item. Item 9, Right Turn LLC for conditional use permit, Ray short-term rental at 938 Delaware Avenue in the Beach District, noting that Mr. Moss and Ms. Henley are voting nay on that item. So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Motion, do we have a second?
Councilmember Tower,
Second.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Jessica Abbott,
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci,
Aye.
Councilmember Henley,
Aye.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Moss,
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse,
Aye.
Councilmember Tower,
That happened.
Tower, Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood,
Aye.
Councilmember Tower,
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, you have approved the consent agenda as read by Vice Mayor Wood.
Okay, we now move on to the items and ordinances resolution. The first one is number 4. Ordinance to declare 2.759 plus or minus acres of land located at 212 Fair Lady Road and the vacant lot at the intersection of Fair Lady Road, Elon Drive, and London Bridge Road in excess of the city needs, and authorize the city manager to sell to Performance Collision Centers LLC, Ray Construction and Automotive Repair Garage. Do we have speakers?
Mayor, could you please read the speaker instructions, though?
Oh, yeah, let me do that.
Thank you.
My apologies. I want to remind everyone that the city's council speaker policy that allows certain representatives of groups to speak for 10 minutes applies only to planning items. All other speakers, whether speaking individually or on behalf of a group, we will have 3 minutes to speak. Speakers are reminded that comments during the formal portion of the meeting must be limited to the subject of the item that is being considered by the council at the time you are called. When speakers are called on each item, the clerk will call for those individuals who have signed up to speak. After those who have signed up to speak have spoken, the chair will ask if there are any other persons who wish to speak on the item at hand. Those speakers will be allowed to speak and will be asked to give their name, address, and telephone number for the clerk to record. When we have several items with only one speaker signed up, as such, the city clerk will call the speaker and identify each item that has been registered on. The speaker will receive 3 minutes to comment on each item. Again, the speaker must limit his or her comments to the subject matter of the items they have signed up to address. And finally, I call upon all speakers and all persons in the chamber to be civil in their discussion and decorum. Whatever views you hold and wish to express, the City Council wants to hear from you and to ensure that all viewpoints and all persons are respected. The best way to do this is for us to strive for civility and respect. Okay, if we'd be okay now, Madam Clerk, if we can go to ordinance number 5. Should I reread it?
No, sir, I don't think it's necessary. The first and only speaker is Jay Ogston. If you could please pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comments. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jay Gustin. I'm speaking of objection for putting Performance Collision Center on the empty parcel. This piece of land sits directly in front of my cul-de-sac, in which I reside in. As we understand, due to the H use, the land cannot be used for more housing or ideally a park. However, I do not feel that an auto collision repair business is complementary to the entrance of a neighborhood, specifically ours. This will bring additional noise and unsightly tow traffic, bringing cars from accidents into this relatively quiet area and peaceful neighborhood. Normally, these businesses reside in industrial areas for that very reason. However, I'm not opposed to progress. I believe that there are more complementary businesses that could be developed there, like a bakery, ice cream shop, professional offices for doctors, lawyers, accountants, etc. However, on the other hand, we do know up to this point there has not been an offer on the table for any of the above. Additionally, Performance Collision Center's proposal is very attractive in terms of architectural, landscaping, tax revenue, etc. Thus, I assume that the city will move forward with this project since it has been approved by both staff and planning commission thus far. If this is the case, I beg of you to consider the following. Let us move the entrances for the center from Fair Lady Road to London Bridge Road. Both entrances on the site will be on a street that currently residents ride their bikes, walk their dogs, and exercise. There's no parks in the area. Additionally, Fair Lady Road is a residential, thus narrow two-way street at which bus stops for elementary school, middle school, high school, and special needs are. It has no sidewalks, and when cars are parked on the road, it becomes only a one-way to be shared with tow trucks, school buses, and children, which is not safe. Additionally, there are homes that are directly in front of both entrances and will be in direct view of the gated lot where cars will be awaiting repair will be. There is a house next door that looks like it only have a B&P between it and the center. Number two, the staff report states that tow trucks will be allowed to bring cars beginning 6 a.m. According to residential noise ordinances, 7 a.m. is the earliest that noise is allowed. I request that tow trucks not be allowed until 7 a.m. In a meeting after the Planning Commission hearing in December, the lawyer did agree that this request was reasonable. With all this said, as a business of this type is not customary to a neighborhood, I ask you to move to deny this request, but assist them in finding a more favorable location. Additionally, let us search for a more appropriate business that would be more complementary to the neighborhood and profitable for the city. This would be the ultimate and a win-win situation. If not, I ask you please consider the two items above when making your motion tonight. Thank you very much for all your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, at this point, do I have a motion?
Council members, if you'd like to make a motion in a second, if you'd raise your virtual hand, please. Thank you. Councilmember Tower,
I move approval.
Councilmember Wilson,
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
we do have discussion. Councilmember Moss,
I would just like to inquire, I would like to see the maker of the motion and the second of the motion change the condition from 6 to 7. But one of the things that I've observed about car dealerships in general and automotive places, and I know Mr. Jones knows this from his Virginia Beach Boulevard location next to the Honda dealership, that they always seem to have insufficient parking. When you add in their employees, they're out in the street in Princess Anne Plaza. They're not on the dealership property. They're on the side streets because of the amount of cars that are on the main lots. And that's true of many dealerships you can look at. And sometimes they're across the street and they get rental property like on the boulevard at the old Prince Anne Theater that's now a church. So I would hope that they wouldn't be allowed to, all their employees would have to park on their site. I don't know, that's going to force the residents into having resident parking, but I can tell you from experience looking around the city, and I did some driving this weekend, and during the week, now that I'm retired, you can see it, that these cars at all these places spill off onto the side streets. But at a minimum, I think they should be getting the 7 a.m., but I would like to make sure that how we do it, or if we'll help the people get neighborhood resident parking on their street, but that their neighborhood street and then back there doesn't become a parking lot for the business, for their employees. So with that, that's my comments back to Mr. Tower with regards to a condition. I don't know if Mr. Tahan, what our solution is. I'd like some comments back as to how we can ensure the neighborhood that their street isn't going to become the parking lot for the business.
So, Mayor, at this point, I have Elizabeth Chupik from the City Attorney's Office available for questions. Would you like for me to recognize Ms. Chupik, or would you like for me to go back to Mr. Tower?
Tell you what, let's have the city attorney respond.
Okay, Ms. Chupik, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds, you are unmuted. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay, Amanda?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe the condition that Mr. Moss is requesting would be in alignment with the planning item. The declaration of excess would be the ordinance you're voting on now, but I do believe 7 a.m. was agreeable with Mr. Bourdon. I'm not sure if he's signed up to speak tonight on the planning item, but that will be also in front of you for the vote. And planning item number 2. And then as far as the parking, I will, I guess let planning clarify that for sure, but I'm pretty sure that they had far in excess of the necessary parking for that was required by zoning.
So Councilmember Moss, would you like for this item to be taken up under the planning item? Seems that's where it's maybe more appropriate.
Well, relative to the timing, yes, but if we're declaring something excess, we can declare something excess subject to a condition. I'm pretty certain that we can, but maybe the attorney will say that we can't. I can tell you there are many places, and I'll take you on a personal car tour if you would like, places that we say have adequate parking, and yet the employees are parking in the neighborhood and on side streets. So maybe by the standard, it's adequate. I can just tell you by the practice and the standard are not in alignment, and you only have to drive around and look to see if that's the case. But I don't think there's probably any appetite for that, but I don't think that we are restrained from attaching conditions on the acceptance and declaring of excess property subject to conditions. But I'll leave those comments stand and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Councilmember Moss, I would like to recognize City Attorney Mark Stiles, just for clarification, please. Mr. Stiles?
Okay, hold on. Did you call on me, Amanda?
Yes, sir. Hi. The question of posing a condition on excess property.
You can impose a condition on excess property. If you were going to change the condition as part of the planning item, you couldn't do it tonight because you can't change the printed proffer. So the only way to do it and approve it tonight would be to do it as a condition of the sale. You could remove the condition with the opening time frame, but you can't change it or add to it. So, and it really ought to be in the planning item as well, but you just can't do that tonight. That can't be changed.
So, Mr. Stiles, just to clarify, would this item need to be deferred?
The planning item would have to be deferred if you're going to change the condition from 7 a.m. to from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. You could adopt the excess property item tonight, and you could put in that item that it is conditioned upon that change in the planning item, and then the planning item would just have to be deferred to the next meeting.
Okay, at this point, should we defer to Mr. Tower to find out his preference in this regard?
Councilmember Tower?
I'm not in touch. Is Mr. Bourdon on the line, by the way?
That's for the planning item. He is not signed up to speak for the excess property. So we're on the excess property under ordinances and resolutions at this point.
Is it possible to defer this until he gets on the line? I hate to commit him to something that I haven't discussed with him.
So is the motion for deferral? Or yeah.
Mr. Stiles? Direction, please.
Was there a question posed to me?
So the question is, should this excess property be deferred until after the planning item? Should just need some direction, please. Thank you.
To proceed with the excess property, Well, you can lay it on the table to see if Mr. Burdon comes back, and then you can take them both up at the same time. Yes, you could do that.
Might be the direction to go, and that way we would have clarity on both items simultaneously. I think that would be more efficient. So how about the chair rules that we do that?
So I have a couple of the council members that have their hand raised. Would you like me to recognize them?
Yeah, you go ahead and see if they want to be heard, or do they prefer to wait under planning to talk about both items?
Councilmember Berlucci?
Well, thank you. I'm happy to wait. I had a question, if I could somehow have more clarity about what Mr. Moss's specific request of Mr. Tower, or as it relates to the motion, would be, number one. And number two, and I think this is very important, Mr. Moss is correct in that there are instances where businesses can and their employees can have an impact on the residential communities around them. But I'm not aware of any specific examples of that in this case. And so I'm curious if Mr. Moss is basing his objection or concern on what he talks about driving around the city and observing this in other places, or if he has a specific concern about this site. And if he does, I'd like to hear about that.
Councilmember Moss?
I do have a specific concern. My concern is that the standard understates the real demand that the business places and creates for parking. When you look at the employee density, the cars that they have, the length of time that they take. My wife's car was in one place for 3 months getting repaired, that the standard is not adequately reflecting the on-site parking requirement. And that is based, and because those observations, I know those places supposedly were within the standard, so it applies to all sites using that standard, so it applies specifically to this site. And the only way to ensure that they absorb all that impact is that either one, we can go to neighborhood parking permits like we sometimes do around high schools, or some other mechanism, but that the neighborhood should not have to bear the impact of overflow from that site. So I think the standard is deficient in predicting impact on neighborhoods.
Councilmember Berlucci, any additional questions or comments?
Well, I certainly appreciate my colleagues' observations and remarks. I would just note that for me, his position would be strengthened if he had specific observations on this site, but I haven't heard any. So I think it would be a best course for us to proceed. And that's my position. Thank you.
Okay, but I think in just a point of clarity and allowing the attorney, Mr. Burdon, to participate, I think we should do this item simultaneously under planning. Does anybody have a problem with that?
Councilmember Tower, I see that you have your virtual hand raised. Do you have additional questions or comments?
Had additional comment that the parking space excess here is a factor of 5 approximately, if I just did that in my head, but apparently the automotive repair garage requires about 17 parking spaces for this proposed building, and site layout depicts 93 parking spaces. So to say that it's more than standard, it's understatement indeed. The other thing I note is in the background and summary of proposal that we received from the staff, it says, according to the application, the automobile repair garage operation will have typical hours of 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. I'm not sure how we got to 6 a.m. from that, but I think the 7 a.m. is likely to be satisfactory. But I just as soon have Mr. Bourdon confirm that.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify with the city attorney. Mr. Stiles, there is a motion and a second on the floor. Does that need to be withdrawn before we move forward with other items?
Well, you would, under Robert's rules, you would have a motion to lay it on the table and bring it back later. But I want to clarify a comment that I made earlier. I was misremembering the way this item was presented. The time for the towing of vehicles to the site is in the CUP conditions, not as one of the proffers. The CUP conditions can be modified tonight, so you would be able to vote on both of these tonight with the change time for the towing changed from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. And I apologize for the confusion on that. So you could change the condition in the CUP in the planning item and then sell subject to the conditions in the planning item. And that would address the concerns that I've heard from the council members today.
Okay, so, Mr. Tower, I recommend that, I guess we modify the motion, to move this item, to be concurrent with the planning item. To withdraw the initial motion.
Councilmember Tower?
I so move.
Mr. Stiles, would we need a second for that, or just?
I would get the second to agree.
Councilmember Wilson? Councilmember Wilson, do you agree to the withdrawal of the motion?
I said I agree. Sorry you didn't hear me.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you.
Okay, you call the vote? Do we need a vote on this?
I don't believe we'll need a vote. Mr. Stiles, for clarity, please. I'm sorry.
The planning item.
Okay.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and do that. All right, we will now move on to, let's see, ordinances and resolutions. Next is item 12, to appropriate $8,420,000 from the fund balance of the general fund to authorize a grant to United Way of Southampton Roads, where they provide emergency assistance to residents and small woman-owned and minority-owned SWAM businesses. Any speakers?
Yes, the only speaker is Conrad Shizventer. Mr. Shizventer, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comments, thank you.
Government advocacy should be concise and powerful. Good policies is why I run for office. Aspire to be part of the Virginia Beach boards or commissions, join groups like the Virginia Beach Democratic Committee and Hampton Roads Black Caucus. And on the matter of authorizing over $8 million from the general fund to the United Way of Southampton Roads for the emergency support of SWAM businesses, we should fight for it. Our businesses are hurting now. This has already raised tax revenue for the city. These grants will be used to help boost those hurting businesses, especially our women and minority-owned businesses. It's a superior form of business help than, say, adding superfluous authorities designed to help big tourism. This should be a simple vote for the good of the community, and thank you.
Mayor, that's all the speakers.
Okay, thank you, Conrad. Okay, at this point, is there a motion on this item?
Councilmember Berlucci?
I move for approval.
Councilmember Tower?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mayor, I see no one with their virtual hand raised.
Okay, at this point, can we call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley? Thank you. Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse? Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, You've approved the ordinance 12A.
Okay, we will now move on to the planning items, and planning item number 1, Collier and Associates LP for a conditional change of zoning from A13, A24 apartment districts and R 7.5 and R10 residential districts to conditional PD H2 planned unit development, R 7.5 residential, A24 and A36 apartment districts, redevelopment of an existing apartment complex at 2352 and 2348 and 4701 Windway Lane, 4753 Birdsong Lane, 2324 and 2336 Pleasure House Road, District 4, Bayside. Do we have speakers?
We have multiple speakers. R.J. Nutter is the attorney representing the applicant. Mr. Nutter, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comments, thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Mr. Mayor, members of council, for the record, my name is R.J. Nutter. I represent the applicant, Collier Associates, for the Windsong apartment application. I know we have a number of speakers tonight, so I'll try to be as brief in my comments as I can. But I want to begin by thanking staff because they've worked tirelessly on this application, addressing many of the issues, as many issues as they could raised by those concerned in the community. But as they found, they have recommended approval. They have found this to be consistent with your comprehensive plan. And they passed that to the Planning Commission, which I'm happy to say voted 7-1 in favor to recommend approval to you. Now, the application itself, which we're very proud of, is for a complex that was built in the 1970s, Windsong Apartments. It's been well maintained, but it needs severe attention in terms of major overhaul. We have proposed to rezone it to PDH2. And again, staff has been supportive of that, in part because the application is not just one for an older complex that needs redevelopment, where much of the older properties in the city are headed, but also we have a 60 to 70% annual turnover rate of residents within that complex. So before I begin with all the things that staff has addressed, I want to go to areas that staff has not addressed, and that is the considerable efforts made by the applicant to address the concerns raised by those in the community. And I'd also point out that the applicant in this case spent almost 2 years working with the community, area residents, area businesses, and others on this application. And the evidence is they listened and modified their application as best they could. Some of those changes are in the exhibits that I filed with you. I don't know if you have them with you, but if you look at Exhibit A, which was the original plan we started with, we had, at that time, 435 units proposed. We had 4 new buildings proposed, not 3. And we had a large building up along Pleasure House Road that went about 250, 300 feet down Pleasure House Road. In working with the Civic League leadership, we agreed to reduce the density from 435 units to 411 units. We agreed to reduce the number of 3-bedroom units, and that's been in all of our communications with them since the middle of 2019 on our website. We agreed also, more importantly, that we would make a significant modification to the building on Pleasure House because they said they wanted it to be more single-family oriented up there, more open space. My client voluntarily cut off over 140 feet of the length of that building, which created, as you see on Exhibit B, a much shorter building, and it created an entire lot of open space and left a single-family home on Pleasure House Road so that the look along Pleasure House Road will only be modified in that first short portion of the building. That building is 3 stories in height, and also to minimize, by the way, just like Tranquility, just to the north of this site, is 3 stories. But we also, to minimize that, we built in a 1.5-story entrance feature to break up even that portion of the building. In the rear of the property, we removed 2 buildings that were originally planned in our process to provide additional parking, and we broke up the one long building to provide 2 buildings as requested. So we've made considerable changes there. We also agreed the no access would be on Greenwell or Palace Point Road. That was a concern to those residents. And we walked the site with members of the Civic League to look at tree preservation efforts we could make and which are built into the application. So as you can see, just on that phase alone, they've had a number of changes in direct response to requests by the Civic League. So it comes down now to where we have really 3 new buildings. And those buildings, largely, we have followed the Shore Drive design guidelines. In fact, if you look at exhibit it's G in your application, you will find a 12-page list of every single condition of the Shore Drive design guidelines we complied with, over 12 pages to make sure. So it talks about a coastal inspired theme. And so that's built into all 3 of the new buildings. Then I'd turn your attention, if I could, to the existing buildings, which remain. 12 of the 16 buildings that are there today remain on the site. And I must tell you that, quite frankly, some I've heard this referred to that we did superficial changes to, but if you look at exhibits F and G in your packages, F will show you the existing conditions of those buildings, and thank you, staff, for putting some of those up. And let me tell you the nature of these changes. They're very significant. Number one, we eliminated all the storage buildings. All those go away entirely, getting rid of that almost non-conforming use. 2, we took the existing buildings that are red brick, and we put in new roofs, all new mechanical systems, all new wiring systems. And on top of that, those buildings lack several things. Those buildings do not have a covered walkway for entrances, so we've created covered walkways for each of them by injecting the entrances inside those buildings. Second, none of those units have either patios or balconies. We've removed the outside portions of those buildings to put in balconies and patios for every single new unit. And that, of course, does not count brand new kitchens, brand new carpeting, brand new bathrooms. So it's, as you can see, far more than a superficial change to those buildings. And again, that's on exhibits F and G in your package. And staff, I appreciate your putting it up. And this is the site plan that's there today, shown on your exhibits. As indicated, the building up on the front has been modified and shortened considerably, leaving open space and a single-family home. We've eliminated 2 buildings in the back that were originally part of the plan and split the 2 4-story buildings, those buildings rather into 2 buildings rather than one long building. So all of that is consistent with your Shore Drive design guidelines. And so then I'll turn to the other features that we're very proud of, because your staff has done a great job evaluating stormwater, traffic, school impact, and also I'll talk about existing residences. First, I'd like to talk to you about stormwater. This site today is 14.6 acres. It is largely impervious, and largely pervious, impervious. And so it has no stormwater system. It's sheet flow off into the adjacent systems of the city that go into the 2 lakes there. And there has been flooding in those lakes. Our consultants reviewed the models of those lakes. And with the new stormwater system we're introducing here, which is consistent with the city's program, we'll have about a 20% reduction in flow off there based on what's the flow of the water off there today. Significant. In addition to that, my client independently agreed to an additional, and no one asked them, by the way, we agreed to an additional 10,000 cubic feet of additional storage on the site. This means that we'll have, like your staff included in its report, this will have a significant effect on downstream waterways, helping the entire region. And that's your staff's position, not just our own. In terms of traffic, as you know, we work with Rick Lohman often, and Rick indicated that the increased number of units here, which is 139, did not even warrant the need for a traffic study. It was too minimal. In fact, we did one anyway, and he asked us to assume the worst case scenarios. He asked to assume much higher traffic, much higher unit count. He asked us to assume that all the traffic went toward Shore Drive when it did not. And he asked us to use a higher number of traffic generation than these typical type apartments generate. And he did so knowing that, in fact, even with that, we still won't come close to the traffic demands on that road. And in fact, the staff found, and I repeat in the report, this project will not negatively affect traffic flow on Pleasure House Road and will have no significant impact on the intersection of Pleasure House and Shore Drive. That's in your staff report on page 4 of 7. So schools were sufficient, all were under capacity. And so as you can see, we looked at then, we addressed stormwater, we addressed traffic, we made schools were sufficient. And I would tell you that as we continued our outreach, which is considerable, and I'll go into that in a second, one of the things we've found in this process is that some of our residents at Windsong were concerned about the effect of the change, what it would do to their rents. Well, like any project in the city, usually rents go up after a period of time. In this case, however, they would go up, not just because of time, but because of the fact that we were doing significant improvements to them. So we arranged bus tours for the residents and area residents in that immediate area to go on tours of other properties owned by Bonaventure. We took them into shows those. We had a number of people on those bus tours at multiple times to show them the benefits and what was being introduced of the other. But independent of that, we also found that there was going to be an increase in rent. And while it's still very much under the average rentals in that area, even with the increase, nonetheless, that could cause hardship. So my client created a $200,000 fund using their own funds to create a fund to work with area residents at the time that this is done to help them either assist in relocating to other apartments if they wanted to assist in relocating to homes if they wish to, or to assist in how their rent was.
You know, we're at 10 minutes and you'll certainly have an opportunity, to double back later, but, thank you.
So the next two speakers that we have are for questions only, Mark Richardson and Jack Bloom. Mr. Richardson, we will go ahead and unmute you. If you don't have any additional comments, we'll move on to Mr. Bloom. Richardson, did you have any additional comments? Mr. Bloom, I have you for questions only as well. Jack Bloom.
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. The next one also is questions only is Jeremy Moss.
I'm available for questions as necessary. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kim Mayo, and Ms. Mayo is representing the Chesapeake Beach East Condo Association. Ms. Mayo, if you would please pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comments. She gets 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Kim Mayo, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Chesapeake Beach East Condominiums, which is located right off Pleasure House Road, directly across the street from Windsong. I'm also going to share my unique personal experience since I once lived at Windsong and have also worked for many years in our local apartment industry. Chesapeake Beach East Condos joins Chicks Beach Civic League, Lakeview Shore Civic League, Lake Smith Terrace, Haygood Point Civic League, and many, many others who you'll hear from later tonight in strong opposition to Windsong Apartments' requested redevelopment. We have 3 main points of opposition. Number 1, we agree with these civic leagues that rezoning would set a dangerous precedent. Number 2, safety issues. Pleasure House Road does not support more traffic. We once had a car run into our condo building. I lived across the street for 16 years and can tell you sidewalks are not sufficient as it is. I couldn't even walk a baby stroller down the road 3 years ago when I lived there. And there's not enough parking now, especially with the popularity of Commonwealth Brewery. And number 3, all of us have a genuine affinity for Chicks Beach and want to preserve its character and unique appeal. From my apartment industry expertise, I can tell you their proposed net increase of 139 units to 411 is substantial and too much. 695 parking spaces, 4-story buildings, tearing down trees. Again, 139 unit increase is a huge expansion. As expansion of this nature will not enhance any visual aesthetic, but forever ruin it. Shore Drive Corridor is already the most densely populated part of Virginia Beach. As I said, sidewalks alone are not sufficient and do not support many more people. Chicks Beach is a magical place for many of us. The first time I was there, it was during the summer of my freshman year at Virginia Wesleyan. It was love at first sight. The lights of the Bay Bridge Tunnel reflecting off the gentle waters, the texture of the sand and vibrant colors. I lived in the neighborhood for 17 years and now currently live 1 mile away. My rental condo is for now my only source of income. Sadly, Six Beach is endangered by reckless development. Wawa and Walgreens stand where a Japanese restaurant and laundromat were. Charming beach cottages are ripped down or overshadowed by cookie-cutter new duplexes. My very dear friend, an 84-year-old retired college professor, had her cottage literally boxed in by new homes near Bowie's restaurant. Her trees were chopped down. We can barely turn our car around in her driveway. This new development has caused her a great amount of distress, and there's no sugarcoating that. Now Windsong wants to add more apartments. More people equals more dog waste, more dogs biting each other, and cigarette butts, all well-documented problems. Please listen to the people who know best. Listen to the majority of local Virginia Beach residents who voted you into office, and not out-of-town developers and their attorney and public relations efforts. Let's take a minute to examine who is Bonaventure. Bonaventure has a very large footprint in Northern Virginia and Greenbrier, two soulless, overdeveloped regions. Bonaventure Management only has a 2.9 out of 5-star rating on Indeed.com. Residents of Windsong Apartments give them a 2.8 rating out of 5 on Facebook, 2.8 out of 5, and have mentioned black mold in the ratings. Attorney Nutter is very eloquent, but I would ask him if 2.8 out of 5 is a good rating. Let them renovate what they have now. This is a compromise. We need your help. As city council members, you have the unique opportunity to be heroes of the people of Virginia Beach who are overwhelmingly against this project. Opposition was mocked, steamrolled, and largely ignored by the Planning Commission. Everybody loves the underdog, not an out-of-town developer who truly does not care what's in our community's best interest. People are watching this highly visible issue. Councilwoman Sabrina Jones, Jessica Abbott, Barbara Henley, Rosemary Wilson, Honorable Mayor Bobby Dyer, and Councilman Jim Wood, Vice Mayor Aaron Rose, Michael Berlucci, Lewis Jones, John Moss, and Guy Tower. We thank you for your leadership and your no vote on this project. Sincerely, Kim Mayo and Chesapeake Beach East Condominiums.
The next speaker is TJ Morgan, and TJ Morgan is representing the Chesapeake Beach Civic League. If you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and City Council members. My name is Dr. TJ Morgan, and I am the current president of the Chesapeake Beach Civic League. I first would like to thank the members of City Council who took their precious time to meet with myself and our group. I know under the circumstances, it has been very hard on everyone. I'd like to ask you all to consider how difficult it has been for our community to effectively show its massive opposition to this rezoning request, but we are doing our very best. You should now have in your hand our petition to oppose, which has numerous signatures from Chesapeake Beach residents. I have served in the Chesapeake Beach Civic League as an officer for over 10 years. I have lived in our little cottage on Lake Drive for over 20 years. As a civic league, we lose our integrity and credibility if we oppose every change that happens in our neighborhood. We are selective about which issues are most important and need to take a high-level priority to oppose. You will also be hearing additional qualified speakers from our organization who are opposed to the plan. We have architects, engineers, attorneys, environmental scientists, and even commercial real estate developers in our group who have taken their time to analyze this plan, and they all come to the same conclusions. Yes, the Windsong apartments do need to be redeveloped. They are in disrepair, but they also believe it can be done in a way that follows the Virginia Beach Comprehensive Plan, keeps out 836 zoning west of the Lesnar Bridge, and still reaps a huge profit for the Colliers and the city of Virginia Beach. What is the rush? Let us go back to the drawing board and come up with a solution that we can all embrace. Chesapeake Beach, which is also known as Chicks Beach, is a very unique community, much like Old Virginia Beach at the oceanfront, and that many of the small beach cottages like mine were built in 1950 or earlier. As a matter of fact, Chesapeake Beach just celebrated its 100th year anniversary in 2019. Most of the infrastructure was created at a time when the number of people living and working in Chicks Beach was not nearly what it is today. In many ways, it has not changed. Much of our identity is steeped in our rich history. One of our unique qualities of Chicks Beach is our diversity. We represent all walks of life. We do not share all the same backgrounds, but yet we chose to live in this little nook, offshore drive on the beaches of the Chesapeake Bay. It has been the affordable housing for our labor force for generations. Many of them hold jobs in local businesses. Most of them live in apartment complexes along the stretch of Pleasure House Road from Shore Drive to Lookout Road. For many of us, it is painful to see the tides of change occurring all around us. Because we are so vested in our community, we would like to see common sense change instead of steamrolled change that is driven only by the almighty dollar. I am a native of Virginia Beach and a graduate of Kempsville High School. I grew up vacationing in Chesapeake Beach, and I have seen many changes in my 55 years. We do know that change is inevitable. Yes, Chicks Beach is a valuable waterfront community. That is why many of us, including myself, have brought our businesses here and why so many developers are moving in. The Civic League understands the need to improve. We welcome improvements. We support our local businesses and expect change. We understand that the Windsong apartments are aged and in some cases disrepair. It is long overdue. The Civic League has been open and friendly to discuss and even compromise with the developers about what could be done to renovate the complex. I've been meeting with the representatives of Bonaventure for a solid 2 years in hopes that we could find a resolution. Their initial plan was put forth was bad for Chicks Beach then, and there has been little change since. So I mentioned our antiquated infrastructure. The portion of Pleasure House Road from Lookout Road to Shore Drive is about a half a mile. It is one lane coming in and one lane going out. It is the ingress and egress points for a very large majority of people in most of our neighborhood. Because there are so many apartment complexes along that stretch, it is frequented by people walking along the road, by cyclists. Mothers with baby strollers getting their exercise or heading to the beach or to one of our eating establishments in Chicks Beach. It has few or no sidewalks and can be quite dangerous due to the traffic that already exists. We border on one of the largest naval bases in the country, and when they are backed up, it pushes the traffic on Pleasure House Road as far back as the old Fire and Rescue Station 4. The city knows how bad it can be because it realized how dysfunctional the intersection was, and they decided to relocate Fire and Rescue Station 4 to Greenwell Road because our first responders were being delayed at that intersection. The mere fact that there is no left turn during peak hours at the Wawas on the corner of Pleasure House and Shore is an admission of an issue with traffic. The developer's plan is to rezone most of the Windsong property. They are proposing an increase of a minimum of 139 new units. According to code, that would be approximately 280 additional cars on a city road that is a bottleneck nightmare coming in and going out. I want you to imagine the major thoroughfare coming out of your neighborhood. Now imagine adding 280 additional cars every day. We have many concerns about the developer's plan, but first and foremost is its desire to rezone to A36, which sets a dangerous precedent for our community. In Section 600 of the Virginia Beach City Ordinance, it states, A36 apartment districts are created in recognition of the existence of developed areas where multifamily dwellings exist as a density already 36 units per acre. It is not the intention to create additional A36 districts or to enlarge the limits of existing A24 or A36 districts except in cases to promote infilling areas already zoned A36. Nowhere in all of Chesapeake Beach do we have any A36 zones. This also violates the city's comprehensive plan. The developers are asking for a change in zoning, which is in direct conflict with the Virginia Beach zoning ordinance. The city has a comprehensive plan for a growth and density that does not include this type of density. Chesapeake Beach is not in a strategic growth area of the city, and only in those strategic growth areas can the city change the zoning. A36 is in the comprehensive plan only in infill small pockets that are in need. Additionally, this rezoning is in direct conflict with the city's own Shore Drive overlay district. As a community, we have grown accustomed to new development. We are familiar with the city's comprehensive plan and Shore Drive overlay district, which already allows for increased density. Chicks Beach is seeing an annual increase in density with current R5R zones where our little cottages are being raised and 3-story duplexes are going up every month. We believe that creating an A36 zone in the heart of Chicks Beach opens the door for all neighboring multifamily complexes to overdevelop. There are numerous apartment complexes along the Pleasure House Road corridor. On March 18, 2019, I invited the representatives from Bonaventure to our Civic League General Meeting. In attendance were Delegate Chris Stolley, Councilman Lewis Jones, Councilwoman Rosemary Wilson, and all the Civic League presidents on Shore Drive. There were over 200 people in attendance at Commonwealth Brewery with standing room only. Bonaventure gave their presentation and then fielded many questions by our members. At the conclusion of our meeting, our Civic League voted on whether to endorse the request to rezone to A36. Our Civic League voted unanimously to oppose Bonaventure's request to rezone to A36. Let me be clear though, as a group, we are not opposed to renovation under the current zoning. Many from our group are developers themselves and came up with very good ideas on alternative ways to improve the property. As a matter of fact, we have had numerous meetings with the representatives of Bonaventure in hopes to appeal to some sort of healthy common sense resolution. We were consistently told that to make the numbers work, they have to resort to the plan they have instituted. Their standard answer to our recommendation was that that's not what we do. We only do apartments. No other options, period. Even when there clearly were better ones that would benefit all parties and still reap a return on investment for the owners. Because they're obtuse and only view this a project one way, we see this clearly as a self-imposed financial hardship. As much as we want to see Windsong Apartments improved, it should not be the city's or at our neighborhood's expense. As you probably...
Dr. Morgan, at this point, oh, not yet. My apologies. Keep going. Just a few more minutes.
The current rise in sea level, we are seeing more and more issues with flooding and standing water throughout our community. As a result of Hurricane Matthews, one of our residents on Chubb Lake lost their home. Drainage from all the upstream areas in the watershed drains through old culverts and ditches to Chubb Lake, Lake Bradford, and Lake Joyce. Stormwater conveyance systems throughout the watershed drain into these lakes. We feel that the city needs to make it a priority to create solutions to already existing problems. Why allow for a preventable problem like increased density, increased impervious surface, and increased traffic that would require major capital improvements when we are dealing with problems like flooding? This simply does not make sense, especially when you know that it goes.
At this point, thank you very much. I appreciate your input. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Quinn Zimmerman, and after Mr. Zimmerman, we'll recognize Bruce Husselby. Mr. Zimmerman, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Yes, my name is Quinn Zimmerman, and I am speaking in opposition of the Windsong redevelopment proposal. I'm a 40-year resident of Chesapeake Beach, and I'm an environmental scientist with the DPOR license of Master Alternative On-Site Soil Evaluator. For 20 years, I have been involved with in-ground infiltration of wastewater. Having reviewed the proposal, Virginia regulations and guidance documents, based on my experience, I have grave concerns. The applicant's plan is to use underground chambers to infiltrate stormwater into subsurface soils. These chambers work well in undisturbed, sandier soils with a deep seasonal water table, which is the exact opposite of what we have at the site. Due to prior development, the soils are compacted and disturbed. Design documents state, quote, sites that have been previously graded or disturbed do not retain their original permeability due to compaction. Therefore, such sites are not good candidates for infiltration practices. Undisturbed teetotum soils surrounding the site are a clay loam with a hydrologic soil group of D, which is not compatible with infiltration practices which require sandier group A or B soils. So even if the soils at the site were not disturbed, they would still not comply with regulations. Regulations require at least 2 feet of separation between the bottoms of chambers to a seasonal water table. The site is only 10 to 12 feet above sea level and teetotum soils have a seasonal water table of 18 inches to 30 inches below the ground surface. To avoid being crushed, stormwater chambers have to be installed with their tops 12 to 18 inches below ground. With chambers 2 to 3 or more feet in height, this puts the chambers well into the water table instead of 2 feet above. To quote the VDOT BMP design manual, infiltration basins or trenches should not be installed on sites with high groundwater table. Inadequate separation between the basin or trench bottom and the surface water table may result in contamination of the water table. This potential contamination arises from the inability of the soil surrounding the basin or trench to filter pollutants prior to entrance into the water table. Additionally, a high water table may flood infiltration chambers or trenches during periods of high precipitation or runoff. Thus, it is no surprise that large-scale infiltration of stormwater, such as proposed at the site, is considered a restricted practice in the coastal plain due to very few areas being able to comply with regulatory requirements. Sadly, unlike wastewater, which is held to a higher standard, the data provided by applicants' consultants will not be confirmed in the field by appropriately licensed city staff. Consequently, the applicant's eyes, chambers are a most convenient management practice, not a best management practice, more applicable to the site, which would take up space and developable land. Once again, the applicant is doing what is best for their bottom line, not the neighborhood, and certainly not the environment. Given all these factors, I implore you to vote no to this proposal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bruce Husselby, and after Mr. Husselby will be Kathleen Damon. Mr. Husselby, if you pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Good evening. Thanks to the City Council for allowing me to speak on this important issue. My name is Bruce Husselby. I live at 2604 West Chubb Lake Avenue in Chicks Beach, and I'm a longtime member of the Chesapeake Beach Civic League. I'm also a licensed professional engineer, and I've reviewed the applicant's traffic study and will limit my comments to that document, although I have other concerns with the rezoning of this property. The Pleasure House Road Shore Drive intersection is rated as a D in the morning and E in the evening. This is based on an A through F scale. If we assume the traffic analysis is accurate, the study states that the traffic queue length in the morning will increase from 500 feet to almost 1,000 feet. This is about a 30-car length addition. The result of this increase is that numerous communities, I calculate 4, along Pleasure House Road will not be able to make a left turn from their streets onto Pleasure House Road in the morning without excessive waits. There have been deaths and injuries at the Pleasure House Road Shore Drive intersection in the past, and you should expect more accidents in the future as motorists cut through parking lots at the corner and run the red light after excessive wait times. The underlying concern I have with the traffic study is that I believe it underestimates the additional trips to be generated since it uses units, 139 net increase, and not bedrooms. The apartments are currently 1 to 2 bedrooms and will be 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms in the future. The number of vehicles that will result from this rezoning will exceed the estimates in this study. If you do decide to approve this rezoning application, the very limited right turn lane from Pleasure House Road onto Shore Drive should be extended to limit the queue length in the future and be paid for by the developer as a result of their project. This project has resulted in Civic League meetings with 200 people in attendance. For your information, I've not heard so much animosity toward the project in our neighborhood since a developer proposed to fill Pleasure House Lake and build condos on it. Approving this rezoning will be a dangerous precedent for our neighborhood and will change the character of Chicks Beach forever. Additional rezoning of existing property along Pleasure House Road will follow and only exacerbate the traffic issues on our streets. Please vote no on this request. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Kathleen Damon, and after Ms. Damon will be Wallace Damon. Ms. Damon, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and council members. My name is Kathy Damon, and I have lived in Chesapeake Beach since 1979. I am here tonight to ask you I'm here tonight to ask you to oppose the rezoning request concerning the Winsong apartment complex. We have been dealing with the request of this developer.
It appears that maybe you have more than one speaker opened. If you could please mute any additional devices other than the one you're using, and we're going to ask you to pause 2 to 3 seconds and begin your comments again. Thank you. Ms. Damon, if you would begin your comments again, thank you. On to the next speaker, and we'll come back. Wallace Damon. Damon, if you please pause 2 to 3 seconds. Are responding, so let's move on and we'll come back. Mark Walker. Mr. Walker, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Mark Walker. I'm a registered architect and resident of Chicks Beach for 41 years. I'm also co-chair of the Architectural Preservation and Zoning Committee for the Chesapeake Beach Civic League for the past 20 years. And I am vehemently opposed to this conditional rezoning request. The applicant wishes to abolish the current R10 and A18 zoning completely, and A18 zoning currently occupies over 70% of the existing 14.7 acre parcel. When you do the math using the existing 272 housing units divided by current acreage, the result shows that the existing 14.7 acre parcel has a current density of 18.5 units per acre. Yet the applicant wants to convert the entire parcel, with the exception of 0.2 acres, to A24 and A36 zoning at about a 60-40 split. How is this justified, and where's the hardship? Also, we see no precedent. There does exist a small 3 acre parcel, which is zoned A24 and is part of the 14.7 acre site. As a reference, Article 6 of the Virginia Beach zoning ordinance gives a legislative intent for apartment districts A24 and A36 as follows. Quote, the A24 and A36 districts are created in recognition of the existence of developed areas where multifamily dwellings exist in densities between 24 and 36 dwelling units per acre, end quote. At 18.5 units per acre, this current density is not even close to justifying the creation of additional A24 and A36 zoning according to the ordinance. The ordinance further states, quote, it's not the intention to create additional A24 and A36 districts except in cases to promote infilling in areas that are already zoned or developed at densities between 24 and 36 units per acre, end quote. There are no parcels zoned A36 within miles of the Winsong apartments in all directions to justify infilling of existing densities between 24 and 36 units per acre. Approval of this rezoning will add 139 new units to the existing 272 for a 51% density increase. Expanding A24 and creating A36 zoning at Chicks Beach will create a precedent which is unjustified and clearly not allowed by the ordinance. The Bayfront corridor is already 25% more dense than the rest of Virginia Beach. Please do not approve this rezoning. Unsupported, unjustified, 51% density increase. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is George Squires. After Mr. Squires will be Stephen Ambrose. Mr. Squires, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to me, council members. I'm a resident of Chicks Beach. I've lived here since I had a house built in 2013. I'm at 4953 Lookout. I've got basically 4 requests. I'd like you first not to approve PDH2 zoning district at Winsong. Your own ordinance section 1100 says that no PDH2 districts should be created. It seems to be a interesting, convenient technique for putting through a massive number of zoning variances without highlighting them. So in this case, petitioner seeks to have smaller yard setbacks, higher building heights, a smaller number of parking spaces than the zoning law permits, a smaller lot size, and intends to increase the percentage of lot coverage by 10% from 60 to 70%. That was one. Number two request, I would appreciate it if you would not increase density in this area by 51%. This is a charming place in the city. It is funky, in fact. So that was one of the reasons I moved here. I came from Northern Virginia, where we have condo canyons. And the idea of driving down Pleasure House Road, and instead of seeing 2-story apartment houses, seeing 4-story apartment canyon would really completely wreck the funky quality of this beach community. Basic formula is that if you increase density enough, you'll destroy the community. In any event, increasing density of this sort is contrary to your expressed intent set forth in section 600 of your zoning variant. Request number 3 is that you don't do something quite as absurd as approving a redevelopment project that wants to put a 3-story apartment house 5 feet away from a public sidewalk. This is really taking an apartment canyon to an extreme. It is also violation of your zoning ordinance section 602G, which requires that 30 feet of yard be between a structure and a street. And the fourth request I have is that you don't approve a rezoning petition like this one without first making sure it will not.
Very much, sir. I appreciate your input.
The next speaker is Steve Ambrose. After Mr. Ambrose is Matt Bumgarner. Mr. Ambrose, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Ambrose, and I've lived in Chicks Beach since 1960. It's been mentioned that our Chicks Beach Civic League is opposed to any development of the Windsong apartment area. That's just not true, but we do vehemently oppose this one. And for these reasons, the A36 zoning will create so many problems in traffic and stormwater flooding, even though the information submitted to City Council and planning from the petitioner might lead you to think otherwise. Consider this, for example. In the traffic study, it indicates that the queue, the backup at rush hour down Pleasure House Road from the intersection is now 500 feet. And in their study, it predicts that the queue, the backup, will extend 1,000 feet, twice the distance that it currently extends. And in the same study, they say that this additional backup will only cause a 2-second increase in wait time. 500 feet, 2-second wait, and that's not physically possible. Secondly, the storm flooding situation. Where will the water go that is collected in this large underground tank that they propose? There is no place for it to go except into the existing structure for drainage, and that is already overburdened. This 1 million gallon tank will not provide anything but a stopgap, which will eventually increase the flooding problem. Please do not approve this application. Our infrastructure here in Chicks Beach dates back to the 1960s and cannot at all accommodate this urban redevelopment that they're proposing. This terrible precedent of the A36 zoning will not only impact our situation now, but in years to come, as other apartment complexes up and down Pleasure House Road also would apply for A36 zoning if you approve this one. I suggest that you send the developers back to the drawing board. Have them come to you with a plan that does not have this enormous negative impact on our homes and on our quality of life now, and yet for years to come. Have them come back to you with a plan that will provide adequate profits for the developer, but will not impact our quality of life to this terrible degree and set the terrible precedent of A36 zoning in this community where it simply cannot handle that density. Please, please, please consider your constituents, we people who live in this area and pay taxes, and consider our needs before you consider the needs of the developer. There are other.
Very much, sir.
The next speaker is Matt Baumgartner, and then Rebecca Bump. Mr. Baumgartner, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished City Council members. My name is Matt Baumgarten, and I have been a resident of Virginia Beach since 1992. I moved to Chicks Beach in 2006. I serve as the co-chair of the Architectural Preservation and Zoning Committee of the Chesapeake Beach Civic League. I've been in commercial construction and real estate development for over 24 years. I'm deeply concerned with how this project is being presented by the applicant, and I speak in opposition here this evening. Currently, the site has 272 very small 1 and 2 bedroom apartments with a total of 384 bedrooms. Why is a bedroom count a significant factor? Because in this area of Virginia Beach, we have many brave service members and hardworking blue-collar workers that like to buddy up and live together so they can afford to live near the beach. More bedrooms means more adults living on property, and that translates directly into more cars associated with the property. Approving a rezoning application based on unit count in this particular situation opens the door for a significant increase in the number of bedrooms. With 411 units approved that now include 3 and 4 bedroom units, the bedroom count could be between 1,000 and 1,200 bedrooms. According to this application, the new Windsong complex will only produce 76 school-age children. Therefore, it is safe to assume that the majority of the bedrooms will be filled with adults, adults that work or go to school and that own a car. This factor makes the applicant's parking calculations subject to scrutiny. But what if this proposed plan is just step 1 for developing the site? Why would a developer stop at 411 units, especially when they're leaving 13 of the old buildings still standing? Having a mix of brand new Class A apartments with, at best, Class C apartments on the same property does not make sense to me. Asking for just a portion of the property to be rezoned to A36 does not make sense to me. If this were my property, I would come back in 5 to 10 years and turn the entire property into A36. With the entire Windsong property rezoned to A36, the owner will be allowed by right to build a total of 528 units. Bedroom count for 528 units would be greater than 1,300. They will have effectively tripled the population of Windsong. Also of note is the fact that there is no A36 zoning designation on any property along Shore Drive west of the Lesnar Bridge, and A36 allows for a building height of 120 feet. This is clearly a bad precedent to set. We, the citizens of Chicks Beach and the overall Shore Drive corridor community, are invested long-term in our choice of the place that we all call home. We are the ones that are forced to live and experience the effects that an approval of this application brought before you today will cause decades to come. We seek a better alternative. With the information that I've presented to you today and my fellow speakers, I humbly ask that you cast a no vote on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rebecca Bump. After Ms. Bump will be Robert Edwards and Graeme Sullivan. Ms. Bump, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you. Ms. Bump, if you would begin, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of council. My name is Becky Bump, and I have been a resident of Chicks Beach for 22 years. I purchased my home on Chubb Lake Avenue in 1998. My house was built in 1937, and prior to my purchase, the house had flooded only once, during the Ash Wednesday storm of 1962, considered to be one of the most destructive storms ever to affect the Mid-Atlantic states. 36 years later, in my first year in my home, I experienced flooding from Chubb Lake. Since then, I've had some level of flooding at least 8 times, all related to stormwater from rain events. Continued development of Chesapeake Beach, the resulting increase in density, loss of impervious surface, removal of live oaks combined with poor stormwater management have exacerbated flooding to the point that rain from Hurricane Matthew in 2016 delivered a devastating blow to my home and several others. My house was a total loss. After this, Councilman Jones initiated a CIP to evaluate the stormwater problem in our community. The engineering is completed, and it reports that the city will need to spend, listen, $32 million to effectively manage stormwater here. While identified, these improvements are not yet funded. In the meantime, the current water management system keeps the lakes at such artificially low levels as to render them little more than wading pools, affecting both wildlife and property values. And still, they're not always effective. The Windsong project, as proposed, will only add to a stormwater problem in an already very flood-weary neighborhood. Plans for underground storage, while nice on paper, will not be an effective means of stormwater management given the height of the water tables here, which are constantly increasing due to sea level rise. This cannot be argued. Add to it the paving of an enormous amount of open land, and it isn't hard to imagine how much more difficult flooding will become. Our community supports the improved and thoughtful development of Windsong, but the requested proposal is neither. It feels like greed on the part of the city and the developers who have manufactured a self-imposed hardship to justify it. I am constantly amazed and mostly disappointed our city leadership does not see the value in maintaining and promoting the unique landscape of Virginia Beach, particularly along the Chesapeake Bay and ocean fronts. Most importantly, the voices of residents are not heard over the jingle of money in the pockets of the developers. I heard a national speaker in Virginia Beach a couple of years ago say from the stage, "What is Virginia Beach? Where is the character? All I see is big apartments, hotels, national retailers, and chain restaurants. It looks just like anywhere USA." Isn't that sad? On a side note, there was an article in the Virginian Pilot this morning about a company called Storm Sensor in Seattle and its research on Norfolk's stormwater system. Storm Sensor placed 25 sensors inside pipes in Norfolk to collect data on tidal backflows into the system and measure the storm drain capacities. The data shows that in some of Norfolk's...
Very much. Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Robert Edwards, and then after Mr. Edwards will be Graeme Sullivan and Cammie Best Jones. Mr. Edwards, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and distinguished members of City Council. I am the Reverend Rob Edwards, and it's my privilege to serve as the pastor of the Bayside Christian Church, United Church of Christ, located on Greenwell Road in Chesapeake Beach. I wish to speak in opposition to the request from Collier and Associates. For 2 years, the Civic League has opposed this proposal because it is not in the best interest of Chesapeake Beach or Virginia Beach. But let me be clear, I'm not opposed to the renovation of Windsong apartments, but I want to express my opposition to this proposal for what it will do to the social and economic fabric of our community. If this project is approved, many of the current residents, the presentation from Mr. Nutter notwithstanding, the current residents will be unable to afford new rent structures. Because of the present crisis of affordable rental housing in Virginia Beach, it will mean that these citizens in Chesapeake Beach will be forced to move to other cities to find housing. It not only erodes the social fabric of our community, it has an economic impact on the larger city of Virginia Beach. If these residents move out of our city, they will take their business away from our city. This will result in economic harm to local businesses and will result in a loss of precious sales tax revenue to the city. This increased commute times that they will experience and the increased expenses related to that will also likely translate into a loss in workforce in our hospitality and service industries. This project, if approved, will have far-reaching impacts across our city. This project represents a huge boon for Collier and Associates and Bonaventure Wealth Management, but it is not good for the residents of Windsong Apartments, Chesapeake Beach, or Virginia Beach. The good of the few must not outweigh the good of the many, and I thank you for your no vote on this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Graeme Sullivan. After Mr. Sullivan, again, it'll be Cammie Best Jones, and then Todd Solomon. Mr. Sullivan, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds.
Good evening, members of the Virginia Beach City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Graeme Sullivan. I'm a resident of Tranquility by the Bay, a small street that's adjacent to the northern end of the Windsong apartment complex. My wife, who's a Virginia Beach native, and I bought our home in Tranquility 2 years ago, and we've come to love the community of Chicks Beach. We plan to hold on to our house and live there in the future, so we have an ongoing interest in the future of the neighborhood. I've been following the Windsong development project closely since signs first appeared on the property over a year ago because it is right across the street from our backyard. I've attended multiple info sessions hosted by the Chicks Beach Civic League and the developer Bonaventure. I had some initial concerns and questions about the project, but I am now on board with it and hope that it gets approved today. My initial concerns were mainly about traffic and the increase in density with the added units. Those concerns have been answered with the traffic study provided and the proffer restricting the complex to a total of 411 units. Having lived here for 2 years now, I can say that most summer days have hundreds of people coming up to enjoy the beach in our neighborhood. Maybe it's because I spent years living in Chicago, but I've never had any serious inconvenience from the amount of traffic that those summer days bring. In following this development over the last year, I've heard lots of passionate arguments for and against the project. I feel it's a privilege to live in a community where the residents feel so strongly about the best future for this area. From the beginning, I think the representatives of Bonaventure have engaged the community, the civic leagues, in listening to their concerns and going back to the drawing board to revise their plan. In closing, as a close neighbor, I support this revitalization project and hope that you approve the rezoning application this evening. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cammie Best Jones. After Ms. Best Jones is Todd Solomon and then Michelle Zimmerman. If you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds, Ms. Best Jones. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cammie Best Jones. I'm a resident of Chicks Beach and currently the membership chair and vice president of the Chesapeake Beach Civic League, and we are the only civic league here in our neighborhood. We work directly with condo and homeowner associations within our civic league, as well as surrounding civic leagues like Bay Lake Pines. And they're also a neighborhood which would be directly affected by the redevelopment of the property that we're discussing today. I am here to speak in opposition and ask for your no vote. Interesting, the speaker that just spoke, in just a moment, I'm actually going to be sharing a statement from the president of the Tranquility by the Bay Homeowners Association. And that, as the previous speaker mentioned, is the neighborhood just next Windsong. As I mentioned, they do have a homeowners association. However, it does all fall under our civic league. Mr. Jordan Hebenstreit is the president of the Tranquility by the Bay Civic League, of the Homeowners Association and a member of our Civic League. He's unable to come tonight and speak due to work, so he did send an email to all of you earlier today, and I am going to read some of that per his request. During the Planning Commission meeting, he actually was grossly misrepresented by Mr. Nutter on several points, so he will make reference to that. So quoting now, my name is Jordan Hebenstreit. I was misrepresented as a president of the Tranquility by the Bay Civic League, which does not exist, and the president of the Tranquility by the Bay Homeowners Association, made up of 24 single-family homes adjacent to the proposed development property. The Homeowners Association, along with myself, are 100% in favor of the redevelopment project as long as the community agreed with all finalized details. It's been brought to my attention that the vote is getting close and they have not reduced A36 to A24, which is what the community wants. Tranquility by the Bay Homeowners Association, along with myself, do not support this redevelopment as long as A36 zoning is incorporated. I've specifically spoken with the redevelopment company over the last 8 months about being on board only if the community is happy. The community is currently not happy with the A36 zone, therefore neither is Tranquility by the Bay Homeowners Association. We do know that the Windsong development needs some TLC. That's the end of his quote. So to speak as myself as a homeowner, I'm raising my family here. I'm invested in the growth of development. However, I do ask for your no vote today in approving A36. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Todd Solomon. After Mr. Solomon will be Michelle Zimmerman. And then Brad Barker. Mr. Solomon, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Todd Solomon. I'm the current president of the Shore Drive Community Coalition. We represent Shore Drive communities, 8,000 residents along Shore Drive, as you know. I want to ask for your opposition to this proposed development. Again, we'd like to oppose developments that are requesting increased density above and beyond what is allowable. And as we had mentioned before with the Westminster Canterbury, which is an absurd 255% above, we are asking for the opposition of this proposed development, which is 55% above opposed development, which you could allow. It was originally 65%, and like RJ Nutter mentioned, it has been reduced from 65 down to 55, but still 55% above allowable is still an absurd amount. We mentioned when you approved the Westminster Canterbury project, we mentioned that there would be a trend that you would see. There would be a precedent-setting trend of developers requesting approval for increased density requirements. This is the first of 3 to come. Westminster Canterbury, number 1, you approved. Windsong, which you're reviewing now. Marlin Bay will be coming asking for approvals of increased densities, and Marina Shores, which has a proffer for 24 units, will be asking for an increase also on theirs. Those are just 4 that I know of. So again, we're showing you a trend. We predicted that it would happen, and it is happening. So we're asking you to take a stance now to not allow increased density along Shore Drive. The Shore Drive overlay, the corridor, the Bayfront Advisory area is the highest, most densely populated in Virginia Beach, and to allow you to continue to improve these increased densities without finishing all of the Shore Drive safety improvements, all of the improvement projects, the infrastructure projects is a failure on the city management and city council. So we ask you again, if you have to approve increased densities, that you do it only and allowable for HUD-approved affordable housing, which this has none of. And the documentation that they have to create a $200,000 account to help fund people, that it just shows you that these are not HUD-approved developments. So please, once again, take a stance now, put a moratorium on increased densities above and beyond what's allowable along Shore Drive. Finish Shore Drive phase projects now as fast as you can, and then start talking about increased densities above and beyond the most highly densely populated requirements in the city already. And thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Zimmerman. After Ms. Zimmerman will be Brad Barker and Vicky Batolga. Ms. Zimmerman, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dyer and council members. Thank you for your patience in allowing all of us to share our perspectives on this. Prior speakers in opposition to this plan are in agreement with my viewpoint on what it would happen if this application from Bonaventure and Collier is allowed to proceed. The increase in density that has been well described will limit the available space in Windsong for parking to just 1.6 parking spaces per unit. And as Matt Baumgarten explained, that there's not going to be enough parking there. Chicks Beach already has a parking problem, especially during warm weather from spring until mid-fall. The increased parking will already create more of a burden that we already share in that time frame. Visitors park anywhere they can find a space, often illegally on private property. Our neighborhood attracts families who walk or bike to the beach, meaning pedestrians compete with the increase in cars in the neighborhood. It's not a safe situation. The fair weather overcrowding on many narrow residential streets, which is very typical and part of our charm, is detrimental to the ability of emergency vehicles to negotiate through the neighborhood, and some streets cannot accommodate two-way traffic. The proposed large increase in population of Windsong will aggravate our already fragile and vulnerable community. As Becky Bump and others have indicated, sea level rise and climate change have impacted areas susceptible to flooding, and homes have been destroyed and damaged on the dunes, lakesides, and on streets. Pleasure House Lake, Lake Bradford, and Chubb Lake and their banks during the increased storms overflow, and they flood homes and they flood streets. We have seen our youngsters surfboarding along, well, laying on the surfboards or the boogie boards at the corner of Lookout Road and Chubb Lake and in other places. During Hurricane Matthew,
The next speaker is Brad Barker. After Mr. Barker is Vicky Batolga and Sherry Nunst. Mr. Barker, if you would please pause 2 to 3 seconds.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I would like to thank you for taking the time to listen to me this evening. I am a long-term Virginia Beach resident. I lived for over 5 years directly across the street from Windsong. I lived around the corner after that for almost 20 years on Indian Hill Road. I own Brad's Home Center. We sell appliances. I do construction. I'm a Class A contractor, and I renovated hundreds of homes, apartments, and condominiums. The current existing Windsong apartment complex is old and outdated, and it's been stated that, and it is no need to keep going over. We all agree it needs to be updated. The Bonaventure Group and Collier and Associates is proposing a very nice, livable community, not an apartment building complex, and that's what we need to talk about. They're going to bring a community in that doesn't have 60% turnover. They're going to bring quality residents back to the area. They're providing parking, they're providing a pool, they're providing living spaces, they're providing money and help and assistance to those of them who cannot afford to move. They've been at this for over 2 years. They have taken the designs and requests from all civic leagues and the city council and come up with a beautiful plan for renovating this poor, old, outdated community. They're also doing stormwater mitigation, where currently all they have is basically blacktop that runs over into the lake and bay. This is a dramatic and exciting change to this community. We need to help them get it done. Now, nobody likes change. It's never in my backyard. But once it's done, they will love it. I am voting for the project. I have years of experience, and I know what a project like this will do for the community, the residents, the restaurants, and we are looking forward for your yes on their application.
The next speaker is Vicky Batolga, and then the next speaker will be Sherry Kuntz and Bill Curtis.
Hi, my name is Vicky Battaglia. Thank you for having me this evening. I live in the Lake Shores neighborhood, about a mile away from Pleasure House Road in this area. However, me and my mother support this revitalization of the Windsong apartments. We're looking forward to the upgrades. We're looking forward to the beautification that it's going to add to the neighborhood. In fact, my mom and I are talking about her downsizing. And we were thinking about this would be great for a senior place, a senior apartment with the safety, the security, the amenity, that it's offering. I support it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sherry Kuntz. After Ms. Kuntz will be Bill Curtis and Jessica Yonis. Ms. Kuntz, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds.
Yes, my name is Sherry Kunst. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, for allowing us to voice our opinions. I strongly object to this redevelopment as proposed. My understanding is that Windsong Apartments does indeed need to be renovated and updated, but I think there's many places where you can have a 4-story building that it doesn't need to be on Pleasure House Road. My concerns are the proximity to the road, the increased traffic. The gentleman that spoke possibly about the review of the traffic considerations in reference to the number of bedrooms and occupants versus the number of units, I think had a great deal of good information and brings great pause to the consideration that there won't be much of a traffic issue with this additional residents and additional cars on the road. I would find that very difficult to believe based upon the circumstances at rush hour now in this present time. The other factor that's of great concern to me is the stormwater runoff and the explanation by the gentleman that did the environmental studies on the permeation levels with the water table, those items and how that actually impacts going into the existing stormwater areas. I have seen the flooding after the Hurricane Matthew at the corner with the woman mentioned with the surfboards and the damage that was done around Shub Lake. So my issues are the traffic, the density. Also with the density, I think it's an issue to raise that to the A36 as a precedent for other developments within the area. I urge you to vote no on this. I vehemently urge you to vote no on this to preserve the neighborhood and the present approach of Chicks Beach. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bill Curtis. Following Mr. Curtis will be Jessica Yonis and David Lindsay. Mr. Curtis, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Bill Curtis, and I am here as a proponent of the Windsong redevelopment project. I currently reside in the Three Oaks neighborhood over near Red Mill. However, I frequent Chicks Beach area, and I just love that area. I think it's great. It's highly desirable. And I think that this revitalization / redevelopment initiative will be great for that community. People want to be there, and they enjoy this particular opportunity because it gives them the ability to remain where they want to be. And I think that even though redevelopment presents some issues for people, especially those who are long-term residents, redevelopment is inevitable. And I think that the Bonaventure organization has reached out into the community, and they have worked with them to address as many of the issues as they can. And I think that they would be great neighbors, and they would pursue this revitalization so that it incorporates and considers the consideration of all of the people there, as well as maintaining a presence in the community of an entity that's been there for many years. Good neighbors. So while I understand and appreciate that there are people who are concerned about the nature of the community, I think that in order to have a great deal to say about how it looks in the future, working closely with Bonaventure will enable them to have that ability. So I'm a proponent. I think they make for good neighbors. I think they want to work with the community, and I think that they will ultimately be good for not only Chicks Beach, but for the entire Virginia Beach city. So it is my recommendation that the City Council vote in the affirmative for this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jessica Yonis. After Ms. Yonis will be David Lindsay and Rosemary Barron. Ms. Yonis, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Yonis, and I am a resident of the Windsong Apartments and have been since 2015. I believe that the development and renovations of the Windsong Apartments will first and foremost benefit the current residents as well as future residents. This will also benefit other businesses like security companies, grocery stores, all food delivery services, lawn care, etc. And I would like to think that the city of Virginia Beach would be in favor of this development because it will bring more people to the city looking for good rental accommodations. As a renter, it is something I and my family look for and the city should offer. I'm in favor of this development and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Lindsay. After Mr. Lindsay will be Rosemary Barron and Christopher Tan. Mr. Lindsay, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is David Lindsay. I have been a resident of Windsong for the past 5 years, and I am in favor of this redevelopment. I have understood some of the other people who have spoken this evening. Any improvement in the stormwater is a good thing. Yes, flooding is an issue downstream from the property. However, I think this is a good alternative to not letting this just go. I mean, this property is something that my partner loves the area as much as the residents do. We enjoy the Windsong the way it is, but it needs great improvement. And any improvement in this area is going to be a good thing. So I would ask council to vote yes for this project. I think it would be a good project for the area. As far as traffic, I've lived there for 5 years. I have seen no traffic delays other than the city may look at changing the signal at Pleasure House and Shore Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rosemary Barron. After Ms. Barron is Christopher Tan and Andy Ban. Ms. Barron, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning. Thank you. We don't see her on the WebEx, so we'll move on. Christopher Tan. Mr. Tan, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Tan. I'm the CEO of Catholic Charities of Eastern Virginia, and I'm speaking in favor of the Windsong apartment project. I won't go into the stormwater and the traffic. That's not my area of expertise. I'll leave it up to the planning staff and the planning commission. But I did want to talk about what Catholic Charities' role will be with Windsong and just the benefit that we have to partner with them to help the current residents who may not be able to afford to stay there or may want to move or may want to purchase their first home. I would just say that it's unusual for a developer to set aside funding to help existing residents, regardless of whether they want to stay or go. We have been directed at Catholic Charities to help them to make their own decisions and to help them figure out what's best for them. And so we're very proud to be a part of that. Again, it will be to help those residents make the decision about whether they would like to stay and helping them potentially offset an increase temporarily until they can afford to stay there. Whether or not they would decide that they may want to purchase a home for the first time, or whether or not they decide to move and helping them with the moving expenses to go on to their next stage in life. Currently, we are helping 4 tenants through some outreach that the developers have done in getting ready to purchase their first home. This has happened before even the project and the set-aside money that Windsong has put together has even started. We have also helped with the residents with a COVID response who have had decreases in income due to COVID and help them get the assistance of both the city and EFSP money. And then also helped one resident with the potential of helping them get out of a bad payday lending situation. I say this because Catholic Charities works primarily with the poor and the working poor. Over 75% of our clients are within 200% of poverty or below. And so we know this very well. We know this section very well, and we're standing ready to help out in any way that we can. I want to make sure that it's clear that at Catholic Charities, our job is really to do what's best for the tenants, and the developer has given us the freedom to kind of do that. And so we are in support of the project, and I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andy Ban. After Mr. Ban will be Theresa Pearson and Michael Lokash. Mr. Ban, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Andy Bond, and I live in Cape Story, just down Shore Drive, so we're neighbors to this development. In a past life, prior to moving to Virginia Beach by order of the Navy after 9/11, I was the chairman of our town's planning commission, and so I've evaluated applications, and in evaluating this application, I suggest that the environment is an important factor to take into account, particularly stormwater. Currently, there are no existing provisions for the runoff, other than half of it goes into the city's storm sewer, and half of it goes to a nearby culvert underneath Northampton Boulevard. And that's the point of comparison. It's not with what we'd like ideally or what could be, but right now, that's the situation. And what that means is that all of this water flows off of the property untreated. So the oil from the cars on the parking lot goes into the surrounding water. Plastic, litter, everything that can float and that does float floats off the property, and then, or that would, given the amount. And so that's the problem. And so I'm in favor of this application because the applicant is going to do something about that stormwater. They're going to place an underground storage and treatment. They're going to place underground storage and treatment devices to treat and restrict the flow of water before it leaves the site. Their plan will exceed code requirements and the law requirements, and the devices will be regularly maintained. These measures will greatly benefit the surrounding water and the community, including Lake Joyce. So I ask for your approval. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Theresa Pearson. After Ms. Pearson will be Michael Lokash and Harry Sellers. Ms. Pearson, if you could just pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you. Pearson, if you could just pause, if you could go ahead and begin your comments. Thank you. Ms. Pearson, if you would go ahead and begin your comments. Thank you. We'll go on to Michael Lokash. If you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, please, before beginning your comments. I'm online either, so we'll move on. Harry Sellers. Pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Hello, this is Harry Sellers. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Harry Sellers. I live within a 1 mile area. I'm in the 23455 area of Lake Shore subdivision. I am for this project. I think it's very good. I've actually gotten involved and went around to different areas and neighborhoods within and around Windsong Apartments. That includes Windsong Apartments, the Dodson Arms Apartments, the Harbor Oak Way condos, the North Greenwell Road area right next to the Windsong Apartments, And we had everyone thinking that there's very positive improvements to the area. They like the idea that the stormwater drainage has been important to everyone and that this is going to be good for it. They like the idea that it's increasing the tax base for the city. But everyone and all of the people I talked to were all supporters, were for the revitalization and thought this was the best interest for the area and the city, as opposed to letting Windsong Apartments continue to deteriorate. So I personally knocked on many doors, and just about everybody was very, very for this project. And I think the city should go forward and let Bonaventure do what they're doing and what they plan to have do in this area. I think it's a very good project. Thank you.
The next speaker is Larry Butman. After Mr. Butman is Connie Meyer and then Bruce Meyer. Mr. Butman, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you. Connie Meyer. Ms. Meyer, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, please. Thank you.
Of course, because you're getting food. All right, so you're gonna come and get me.
Ms. Meyer, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comment, thank you.
No. See, and then they called me, so I'll be there.
Ms. Meyer, Mr. Meyer, if you would please begin your comments, otherwise we'll move on.
Okay.
James Steinberg. If you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you. James Steinberg, if you would begin your comments, please. Thank you.
Hey, I'm up. Hello?
Steinberg, if you'll please begin your comments, thank you.
Hi, my name's James Steinberg. Are you hearing me? I just got to make sure you're hearing me.
Mr. Steinberg, please continue your comments, thank you.
My name's James Steinberg. You know, I've been a Chicks Beach resident for 23 years. I own my own home. I live here. I recreate here. I spend money here. And I've been up and down Pleasure House Road numerous times, and I'm familiar with Windsong Apartments. And yes, the apartment complex is in need of an upgrade. It needs to be brought up to code. It needs to be sustained. It needs to be restored. It needs to be modernized. But that would be nothing but just a good thing for the community here. It will bring in higher quality tenants. It's going to bring in longer term tenants. It's going to bring in tenants who will support the tax base, tenants who will spend money, their hard-earned dollars here with businesses, with services, and things like that. This will no doubt benefit homeowners such as myself and businesses in the area. It's nothing but a good thing, and I ask you to vote in favor of this proposal.
Thank you. The next speaker is Neil Miller. Mr. Miller, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comments, thank you.
Hello, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my family and I, as well as other neighbors here in the Chesapeake Beach community. We're hoping for a win-win opportunity here. The Navy brought me here 25 years ago to Virginia Beach. I've lived in Chesapeake Beach for 15 years. Love the neighborhood, love Virginia Beach. And my daughter, who's now an adult, lives somewhere else and still considers Virginia Beach her home. We do have some concerns here for this, and appreciate the opportunity to recommend not acceding to this proposal. There's safety on the roads, traffic that has been well documented and mentioned by everybody else. I don't need to repeat everything everyone else has said. including the fact that it goes against several existing ordinances. You know, the improvements to not only the Windsong Apartments, but potentially others in the area are nothing but good things. But the increase in density is a little scary, mainly for, as has been noted, rain and stormwater runoff, traffic safety, parking, and all the other things. You know, there's a lot of such wonderful things about Virginia Beach, part of which is it's a large, livable city. And I recommend that we try to keep it that way without overdeveloping areas that the infrastructure just can't handle it. So if it can be handled somewhere else, go for it. Make that larger commitment to number of units per acre, but let's improve what we have and find a win-win that's maybe somewhere in the middle there. I'm really concerned that this could be done and inadvertently destroy the neighborhood. So I appreciate everything everyone has already said, including the residents of the complex. There's a lot of goodness potential here, but we really think that caution is good. So with that said, thanks very much, and that's about all I can think of to say here. Please, please, please vote against this increase, but find a way to encourage the developer to improve the situation without making it worse. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go back to Kathleen Damon. Ms. Damon, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Dyer and council members. My name is Kathy Damon, and I have lived in Chesapeake Beach since 1979. I'm here tonight to ask you to oppose the rezoning request concerning the Windsong apartment complex. We've been dealing with the requests of this development group for many months. In March of 2019, our Civic League voted unanimously at a meeting of 200 residents and community leaders to oppose the development as presented. In the 2 years since, various tweaks have been presented by the developer, many meetings and conversations held with community members and our Civic League representatives. The opposition has held no matter what the tweak, and unfortunately, some misrepresentation has occurred as to perceived community approval of this matter. This is not the case. My biggest problem is the A36 zoning. City guidelines do not allow for A36 development in our neighborhood. Allowing a waiver for this particular complex will set a precedent for any of the 20-some multi-unit complexes along Pleasure House Road that would want to obtain the same waiver. We're aware that there's a CIP in the works for sidewalks and bike paths along Pleasure House Road, but Pleasure House Road will always be a 2-lane road. If you have any hesitation in considering this matter, please defer your decision to a later date. Despite the recommendation of the Planning Department for approval, the people who live here do not approve it as it stands with the A36 designation. And we ask that you do not approve it either. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Wallace Damon. Mr. Damon, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Wallace Damon. I've lived here in Chesapeake Beach since 1957, since Eisenhower was president. So most of my life. This is the 8th meeting that I've spoken at about this developer and this issue. You know, when I was young, Chesapeake Beach was a beautiful little neighborhood till developers started overbuilding. Now we're looking at a monstrous apartment site being proposed. This is not a few apartments or a few dozen. This is hundreds of apartments. There is so much traffic now, it has spilled onto Greenwell Road going north and south where I live. I want to give you an example. Cars coming up and down Greenwell Road, when they stop at Shore Drive and try to turn right to go towards Northampton Boulevard, they can't turn right because of the cars sitting on Shore Drive to get up onto Northampton Boulevard. So since the cars have spilled over here, the cars have come off of Pleasure House Road. If all the cars that weren't coming up and down Greenwell Road were on Pleasure House Road, we'd be right where we're going to be once we get these apartments approved. I cannot believe we would allow a developer to increase our density like this. All the other developers are going to want to do the same thing. That's a bad precedent. You know, I've heard it said that we're a city of three beaches, oceanfront, Sandbridge, and the Bay. And I like the differences. I applaud the differences that we have in our three different bays. That's why people love Virginia Beach. If these people are allowed to get the right to rezone and overcrowd us even more than we are where we are now, where will we be then? Nothing good is going to come out of this for the homeowners in Chesapeake Beach at all. And since my background is construction management, I can tell you for sure that this is not a good idea. I'm not opposed to the A24, but the A36 is too much. I would appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
We're going to try again with Connie Meyer. Ms. Meyer, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning your comments, thank you.
Yes, hi, this is Bruce Meyer. Good evening, Mayor Dyer and members of City Council. I stand before you in favor of the Windsong project. As many of you may know, my wife and I own Meyer Group Insurance. We're an employee benefits firm based in Virginia Beach. We also live in Virginia Beach. We work with businesses from 2 to 2,000 employees. And one of the things most of our businesses all have in common is the majority of their employees work paycheck to paycheck. And in Virginia Beach, a beautiful city, but unfortunately, a lot of the new apartment complexes and condos going up are very, very expensive. And a lot of the employees have to live in Suffolk and commute, or even Chesapeake. So what we love about Windsong is this is a good quality apartment complex that they're adding some units to, but yet it's also very inexpensive compared to all the new projects going on. And therefore that allows a lot of the employees of our businesses to live in Virginia Beach and work in Virginia Beach. That's so important for the quality of life of everybody. It's important for our businesses to stay in Virginia Beach. We must have good quality, affordable housing. So, Mr. Mayor and City Council, again, I urge you to please vote for this development. We've looked at this very carefully. It's great. It's good quality. It's inexpensive. It's exactly what we need in Virginia Beach. Thank you very much.
So we also have Connie Myers registered to speak. Ms. Meyer, if you would like to make comments, you could pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning. Otherwise, we'll move on. Here, Ms. Meyer would like to speak. So we'll go back now to R.J. Nutter, who is the attorney for the applicant, for a rebuttal. Mr. Nutter, you'll have 3 minutes for rebuttal. Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you, Amanda. Again, Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for this evening. Let me just kind of sum up a few things for you, because I think after all you've heard, you may have some questions. And let me just tell you this. This is the only application in that area that's come forth with a plan to actually improve stormwater using their own money and going above city standards. No one refutes that. No one. And yet they're minimized because people disagree with it, even though your staff has said this system is fine, it's working. I'll also tell you that the same system is proposed here has been currently in place throughout the city of Virginia Beach, in the Shore Drive area, Burton Station Apartments, Bonnie Road, Virginia Beach Boulevard, and other locations throughout there, all use the exact same plan we're doing here. It's a plan that works and will improve the situation using non-taxpayer money. Second, they're the only one that's actually studied the traffic impacts. Let me talk to you about this extra 500-foot business, because that's just flat wrong. What they're trying to extrapolate is the fact that we show in peak hour only, there'll be additional 20 cars over the course of 1 hour going into that intersection. The only thing I can figure is they've added the length of 20 cars and figure that may be 500 feet. That is wrong. 20 cars over 1 hour at peak hour. The rest of the time, by the way, as the Planning Commission points out, Pleasure House works fine. Find an intersection at peak hour anywhere in this city in a major area that doesn't have some peak hour delays. Nothing unusual, but this is the first one that submitted that data to your own staff who agrees with them on stormwater and traffic. It's the only one that's proposing an improvement plan for a project that virtually every speaker acknowledges needs assistance and help. They may disagree with the number, but none of them have a plan. In fact, the plan that was suggested by some of the speakers was that we develop single-family homes in there. And Bonaventure said, we don't do single-family homes. Of course they don't. You talk about increasing the cost of living in there. You tear down apartments that are affordable for people and put in single-family homes in an expensive area. You'll be eliminating a good part of the base of that area. And finally, let me tell you that one of the speakers, in fact, Mr. Miller, I appreciate him, said, find a way to improve the situation without impacting infrastructure. That's exactly what your staff has said this does. As you know, I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm not a stormwater engineer. But I am somebody who believes that we submit these things completely to the city staff to review them objectively, to answer questions. And your city staff has said, without reservation, your traffic is fine, your stormwater is an improvement. And then I'd like to point out that we have a petition that's sent to you that was signed by actually 75 residents of Chicks Beach in favor, some even from Windsong Apartments. 8 have signed that from Tranquility Bay, despite the speaker's withdrawal of the film that they did in favor of this without reservation. So you have the people next door at Tranquility Bay, in addition to the speaker, who signed petitions in support without any reservation whatsoever. We have 3 residents.
Appreciate it.
Mayor, that's all the speakers.
Okay, thank you very much and appreciate everyone's input. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long, ongoing, controversial issue in the Bayside area of Virginia Beach, which I have followed very closely. I personally have experienced the flood issue there in Chicks Beach, and that at least on one occasion at midnight, I was asked to come and walk down a street out in this area. The person told me that I would need to bring my waders because I was going to be up to my knee or hips in water. As it turned out, I was over my hips in water. And the stormwater that was there is accumulation of all of the drainage that comes from the higher part of the city, of the area, down to the lower part of the area. So stormwater is a major issue in Chicks Beach. The city has a capital improvement project. It's actually for 34 million, not 32 million, but it's not fully funded, and it's contemplated not to really take place until over a 10-year period. So it is not the priority project for stormwater drainage in the city of Virginia Beach, unfortunately. I would like it to be, but it's not. I compare this issue to the same issue that we have over in Princess Anne Plaza and so forth where they have stormwater, very major stormwater issues, which we are very strongly addressing in our current funding for stormwater and plan to address in future funding also. And Mr. Moss mentioned a bond referendum on stormwater recently, and that may be a solution to that issue. But the bottom line is this. Number one, we have a serious drainage problem in Chicks Beach. This project is not going to solve that problem. This project is probably, even though they have designed an underground system to deal with with their stormwater on this project, it's not going to solve the stormwater project for Chicks Beach. Chicks Beach drainage goes into Chubb Lake and Lake Bradford, and the construction of the canal or enlargement of the canal that comes from the waterfront area down to where it crosses under Pleasure House Road and goes into the canal there behind, not too far, behind Wawa on Pleasure House Road, is where the water goes for this area, supposedly, and then out into Lake Bradford. That project is a long-term project that I referred to that includes the $34 million. That's a 10-year project at best, based on this capital improvement program. So addressing the stormwater issue, this project is not going to solve the stormwater issue for Chicks Beach. It's probably going to exacerbate it. So now what we come down to is the A36 zoning. Currently, A36 zoning is not a part of this part of the city of Virginia Beach, west of the Lesnar Bridge. In fact, it's not part, supposedly, of the zoning ordinance at all for the area. Rezoning this property to A36, or a portion of it to A36, is a precedent to other properties coming in and wanting to rezone also to A36, which creates a change in character to the neighborhood that we're talking about here. If you look at slide 13, that's on the screen that I'm looking at right now, you see a total new concept of development for Chicks Beach. And what we have here is an issue of a change of life type, a change of lifestyle for the people of Chicks Beach and Chesapeake Beach. Those people who live in Chesapeake Beach and Chicks Beach don't want this change of lifestyle. They want to live the lifestyle that they've already lived. They've come out in hundreds to tell you that as members of City Council. And they've also said they don't want A36 zoning. They're not against the Windsong apartments per se. They're against the type of development that's being proposed on the property that is going to create a change in lifestyle for them and their community, is what it's going to do. The fact that we have these high-rise, not high-rise, but multi-story apartment buildings there, close to the Pleasure House Road, close backing up to single-family residence on part of it that within feet of single-family residences is a negative to the lifestyle and the happiness of the people who already exist there. We've had numerous speakers. Many of them are professionals, they're engineers, and so forth, who live in the community, who have done an outstanding job of talking to you about the negatives of this development to them and to their community. It's not just an economic issue that the people, the Bonaventure people, are trying to resolve for themselves. What they're doing is taking a development that has been allowed to run down. The owners of the property have not reinvested in the property over the 50-some years to keep it up and prevent it from becoming less desirable. And they're asking the city council now to allow these folks who are, I'm not sure where they're from, but doesn't matter, to come in and develop this type of development in the middle of their community. And they don't want it. That's what it comes down to. And as their council person, I don't blame them. And so I'm going to make a motion to deny this application.
We have a motion for denial. Do we have a second?
Councilmember Moss,
I'll second Councilman Jones' motion.
Okay, at this point, open for discussion.
Councilmember Tower.
Thank you. I've listened carefully more than once to some of the folks here. I know it's been a long evening and a long couple of years even that this project has been discussed. And I appreciate all the people that have put so much time and thought and energy into it. And I appreciate their opinions. And this is obviously not an easy decision for anyone. But I find on balance that this project is a reasonable and sensible approach to increasing our supply of attractive and affordable mid-price kind of housing options for our citizens and our citizens to be. And I realize that it is not pleasing to everyone, that there's significant opposition, and I'm not surprised. I think it's probably a typical kind of situation where you have some people that are in, they don't want change to the neighborhood, and I respect that. But I simply can't agree that their opposition that is largely based on issues that I can't get my head around. The stormwater issue, as Mr. Jones says, it's not going to solve the stormwater problem in Chesapeake Beach, and of course, it certainly isn't going to solve it. But I have to accept the fact that we have stormwater standards in our city now. And if this developer follows those standards, and I have to believe that our staff will require that they do, that the stormwater not only is going to be treated, and it's never been treated, but it's going to be detained and stored in a way that will improve the stormwater system. It just does not make sense to me that we have standards that we just say, well, they don't work. An awful lot of work went into those standards, and I just have to assume that we enforce them and they are technically and legally enforceable. And I think the same with traffic. I've not given any reason to believe, other than people who don't like waiting in lines, but I think in rush hours there are lines, that the traffic is not manageable on basic Virginia Beach standards. I certainly hope that the overall stormwater problem in Chicks Beach does get solved, and gets solved in a more accelerated way than is currently planned. But that's not really what's in front of us tonight. It's whether approve this particular plan, which I think is well thought out and increases the zoning, the density. It does, but you know, the price of increased density is a really attractive to me looking apartment building. And I think of what's there now and what this is, and I think the improvement is the kind of building we want in a place that's already in place. We're not taking down acres of property and just pushing everything out to the suburbs. I think this is a reasonable use of this property. And I'm going to make a substitute motion that we approve this project.
Okay, we have on the table a substitute motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Councilmember Wooten.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, thank you. This way, I think at this point we'll open up for discussion.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Abbott.
Thank you. I had a question for our planning staff, if that's okay. I wanted to get clarification on the proffers. It's my understanding that there are 195 units that will not be redeveloped, but will be effectively renovated. And I wanted to get clarification if we've proffered in that they will remain two-story buildings, or if they have a different elevation proffer.
Mr. Tahan, if you would like to respond, we will unmute you. Thank you.
Councilmember Abbott, there are two proffers that can address that issue. The first proffer is the limitation, which is proffer number 2, which is that the total development shall not exceed 411 units. But also with that, they do have architectural elevations that are proffered, which include the new buildings and the existing buildings that will be renovated. The existing buildings that are renovated show to be to stay in their two-story fashion with the improvements that were noted by the applicant. We can go back to the slide right here. On the bottom, this elevation on the bottom for the existing garden apartment is one of the proffers dealing with the elevations of the building.
Abbott, did you have an additional question or comment?
Thank you. Mr. Tahan, can you I guess, help me clarify? So it's my understanding that under PDH2, the applicant, that zoning gives the applicant the ability to amend with staff, I guess, small things administratively. But my concern is that those two-story buildings, would they have to remain 2 stories unless the applicant wanted to go through the zoning process again? Or would that be able to be changed administratively in the future?
Mr. Tahan.
based on the proffer showing the buildings as they are, my read of the proffer shows that they could not add a story to the existing buildings. Just to clarify, the PDH language allows them through the zoning process to set different standards. They cannot administratively change them. So if they plan to change any of what's been proposed in the PDH language for what they're setting for this, they would have to go back through the rezoning process or a modification process to change it.
Ms. Abbott, did you have any additional questions or comments?
Yes, thank you. I think that answers my question. I just wanted to make sure there was a concern. I've met with some of the civic leagues in the area, and I've spoken with a number of residents who will be impacted by this decision this evening, and there was a concern that some of these designs could be altered administratively and not have to come back for rezoning in the future. And so I wanted to clarify that what they have proposed to us, if it changes, they would have to come back for a rezoning. The rest of my comments are kind of an editorial. I've spent a lot of time on this application, and I've visited the site a number of times, and as I stated before, spoken to a lot of residents and business owners in the community, and I find myself really struggling with the application, not because I don't think it's a good application, and I do believe that the applicant wants to be a good neighbor and wants to be a good citizen of our community, but I'm concerned with the aging of a lot of the apartments in our community and what that means for the future of our city and how we'll grow from that. And I do think that that's something we're going to have to tackle. And unfortunately, I don't know that there's going to be a one size fits all answer for all of these apartments. But being that these were built in the 70s, I can only see that redevelopment of them will improve them from both a safety aspect. It'll improve them from a aesthetic perspective. I believe it will improve our stormwater systems in the area. I think it'll ultimately increase home values in the area. So I think this is my long-winded way of saying that I'm inclined to support this because I do think that it's an overall positive for the city, but I don't want anyone to leave this meeting tonight thinking that this was an easy decision and that there is a lot that needs to go into it as we address all of these concerns in the future. And I think that that's going to be the new normal, is we are going to have to start making hard decisions about what we expect from these redevelopments, especially of older apartment communities, because many of them built in the 70s and 80s are not built to the standards that we would require today. And that those safety issues greatly concern me. So with that, those are all my comments tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Moss, and then after Councilmember Moss, Ms. Henley.
Well, speaking in support of my colleague and Councilman Jones, number one, I guess all of us have different views about what respect of the voters means. I appreciate that my colleagues have a different view than I do. I think my title is representative, not substitute judge. But if the community as a whole, and I've been out to the site, and I've talked to people out there, and I've met with the developer, and I'm not saying anything I didn't say there, is that property is assessed with all the parcels together about $25.4 million. The owner currently inherited the property. That's immaterial to the zoning decision. But if the people in the area, who are the majority folks who've spoken here tonight, who are the owners of the city and who are the stockholders in that community, and have to live with what others say is just the price of progress where they live elsewhere, I think you have to give benefit of the doubt to the status quo, which is they're willing to live with what it is. Now, the owner who owns that, if that property is unsafe, then Lord knows our city building inspectors have been doing a poor job if it's unsafe. If it's not as safe as we would like it to be, but it's not building code unsafe, then those arguments, well,
nice are not material or controlling on a zoning decision. And so we shouldn't let either way of that, the aesthetics or the quote unquote, someone said the clientele will be better if we change it. The community's talking about their community in its totality, and this is a huge change. And they spoke well. It's not consistent with the comp plan, and we're consistently telling voters, pay your taxes, do this, do that. And when time comes around, it's going to be very hard to sell bond referendums to people that we constantly alienate as we force developments on that they tell us they don't want. Now, someone would say, well, they're just against change. Now, what I heard them say is they want change within the context of the zoning that the property owner is entitled to. If he refuses or doesn't want, or they don't want to monetize their property, that value will continue to decline. At some point, it will have a value that renovation at the current zoning will happen. Now, if you want to have it sooner, then you got to incentivize the marketplace to make up for that differential, and that means density. So you're asking the neighborhoods to pay the price for what we, the council, would like to see there. I don't think that's how that's certainly one view. I respect my colleagues have a different one, but I don't think that's the view that our voters have. I don't think that's the view of the community. We say community for a lifetime. We make all these platitude statements, but when it comes to the hard votes, what do? We impose on communities and neighborhoods things we wouldn't put in our own backyard. I think it's a double standard personally, and I think we should listen to these folks. And I can see why they feel alienated. People lived there since 1957. These are long-term people who've seen what happens. Now, when someone talked about we have to trust the standards, I trust the standards. I don't trust the enforcement. I only point out anecdotally the Thalia rezoning the Thalia retention pond that was built on something that didn't require to come to council, wasn't in compliance, was in non-compliance for 2 years. They knew about it, no enforcement. It took council injection, public photos to get action. Now, I think tonight, the gentleman, and I don't know all his credentials, I don't know the accuracy of his statements, but he certainly made a prima facie case that maybe what's being proposed isn't all it's meant to be. Now, I sent a message to the city manager saying, hey, the staff's view and this view can't both be right. You know, there's only one table of truth. They can't both occupy it. Well, the response was, well, we're not at final design yet. So all that stuff hasn't really been, quote unquote, modeled and tested and validated. So now we get down the stream and we find out that all these representations that have been made about the soils and all these VDOT standards, which I'm not an expert on, are correct. How smart do we look? No, our staff has proven over time that they do make mistakes, and expensive mistakes. And I think all of us know some of those. Asheville Park is just one. But mistakes can happen. But we're making representations on something that hasn't really been engineeringly validated because we're not at that stage of the process. Now, you might say in that case, take that off the table, which I think that's probably the fairest way. So now your drainage isn't either a pro or a con because we don't know. We hope to know, and at some point downstream we will know after the vote, but we don't know today. So then we come back to the land use issues. And who gets the benefit of the doubt? The community or the developer? And the city says, well, I have this vision. I think this is better. Well, that's a qualitative subjective judgment. And so once again, if you look at balancing, who gets the benefit of the doubt? The owners of the neighborhood who have to live with it and who only expected that we would live with the comp plan, which now we're not going to. So their expectations from us has been that trust bond's been broken because we think we'll never get a better deal than this. I never believed those kind of stories. You'd ever get what you want if you're always willing to say yes. I think benefit of the doubt in this case goes to the neighborhood. Because I'm afraid when we get downstream and ask for that $450 million for a bond referendum, people that, whether we turn them off with Westminster Canterbury, or they feel that we've betrayed them or alienated them in this kind of vote and one to come, we're not going to have the trust that we need to get people to let us borrow money to fix a problem they know they have. And so this is a bigger vote than just what someone thinks would be nicer. This is a vote against the neighborhood. I think people would be wise to listen to what Mr. Jones had to say. He knows that district, I think, better than any of us. Thought he gave a very cogent point, but it all depends who you think, what it means to be a representative. Some people think they got to judge what's best, and sometimes the public they think is wrong. Okay, they've said that. I respect it. I think the public here is right, and they deserve the benefit of the doubt. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Henley, and then after Councilmember Henley, Councilmember Wooten. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Moss had an awful lot to say, and I think that's sort of been the problem with this application over the last month. As Ms. Abbott said, this was very difficult. We've had a lot of, on both sides of the issue, communication to us. A lot of things have been said and presented as fact, and it can't all be fact because some of it is very contradictory, particularly of our staff. And it makes it very difficult to try to make a yes or no decision. I certainly respect Mr. Jones as the district representative, and I give a lot of credence to what he has to say in his positions. I also, in listening to the people over and over again, it seems to be that the main issue with this is that portion of the development that's A36. I know that a lot of this density is allowed under the B4, and so we have areas that are zoned B4 that are very dense, just not A36 zoning, and there are a whole lot of different things. I don't think we want B4, I can hear for sure, but I think there's so much out there, and a yes or no, up or down decision makes it sound as if we're buying whichever side we go on. And I can tell you, there's some things on each side that I certainly disagree with. I certainly disagree with the theorists who say that this is just phase one and they're going to be able to come in and make 500 units out of this without coming back to city council. That's simply not fact. I think it's so important in anything that we insist on facts, and we don't have them here. And I guess we don't have the opportunity to fact check everything that was said here. What I would really, I hate to turn this down and have the Windsong development remain as it is. And riding around out there, I think it needs a lot of improvement. I'm not sure it's going to get it if we turn it down. But I'm also very much concerned that there is a great deal of angst with A36 zoning. And I hate to see us impose that if in fact it's not the right thing. I think it's sort of cobbled together here for this development. I would much rather see this continued and some real genuine opportunity to try to work it out. If the neighborhood really would accept A24, what would it look like as A24? And would the developers be willing to look for that? If we turn this down, I guess maybe to Mr. Stiles or maybe Mr. Tahan, if we turn this down, can nothing be done for a year? Or would it be possible to come back? Would a development that allows A24 be a substantial enough difference that it could come back? I'm just struggling with how to make sure we can get improvement with this neighborhood, which needs and wants improvement, but not set the dangerous precedent that seems to be the major concern of those folks who have spoken in opposition. So if maybe I could have some answer from the legal folks as to whether or not something else can continue to be looked at reasonably if we were to turn this down, or is it out of opportunity for a good while?
Mr. Tahan, would you like to reply?
I'm sorry. I believe Ms. Henley's question was to Mr. Stiles, but based on if the my understanding of what was asked is that if someone came with a proposal that was at A24, could this be heard sooner rather than waiting the required 1 year? The way the language is in the ordinance, it states that it has to be substantially different. A reduction in density would be, in my opinion, would be considered something substantially different, going from the current density that they proposed to a lower one. And so I believe it could, if they chose to, if it was voted on now, that they could move forward with something that was different. Mr. Stiles, I don't know if you'd like to weigh in as well.
I agree that the test is whether or not the proposal is substantially different from that which was considered by the council. The code makes that a decision for the planning director, I believe, or the zoning administrator. I think it's the planning director. So if it's Mr. Tahan's conclusion that a density of A24 would be substantially different, then under the code, it could come back in less than the 1 year.
Councilmember Henley, did you have any additional questions or comments? You're unmuted if so.
I do. I would really like to see the developer really work on this issue of the A36. It certainly seems to be the sticking point that is the main concern here. I have, of course, been reviewing with everybody else all the stuff that we've got on this area. I know that just releasing some of the money we released today on the CIP projects frees up some money that we had set aside for Pleasure House Road improvements. I know that there was concern about not having sidewalks. That's certainly in the works. And actually, this development would be, if it went forward, would be dedicating that right of way, and the city wouldn't have to go through the machinations of condemning it. So I really think we need to look at the pluses of this. And I would hope that if we do say, try another development, try to get rid of that A36, bring us something that we can work on, that the pluses will be looked at. And I would hope that if we do a referendum this fall, and we have this Chubb Lake, Lake Bradford project in there, it would be one, and that we would be able to get that work done in much less time than if we leave it as the CIP is now. That's certainly our intent with the referendum, and I would hope we would be able to do that, because clearly this development does treat the water. Right now, it just goes untreated. But this is one of the things that we are pretty much counting on around the city to get the new standards met, because any new remodeled or new development will have to meet new standards. And if we don't trust what our stormwater staff is saying after 5 years of modeling, we've got some major problems. So I think we better get it straightened out pretty quickly. I'm really concerned with a lot of things that have been said and written, and I would like to see us really get down to trying to resolve an issue and being willing to do a little give and take. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Wooten, and then after Ms. Wooten, Councilmember Abbott.
I wanted to say that I've certainly listened to both sides. I've listened to civic leagues that have said no to the application, and I've listened to civic leagues that have said yes to the application. And I've listened to the benefits, and I've listened to the concerns of each. I understand, and I did hear that the developer has been working with the community for about 2 years, and there didn't seem to be a lot of, there have been changes that the developer made based on those engagements. And from what I've seen, I counted 26 community engagements, which is pretty substantial in my opinion. Also, what is substantial is that I see is the level, of collaboration, listening that the developer has done over that 2-year process. And I did hear someone say that there are just some things that just didn't seem to change. And I'm not sure if, as more time goes on, there's going to be more more change here. It's possible, but it's not for sure. It's not certain. We have a developer here that has worked with the community for over, and that brings a certain level of investment. They've worked in the community for 2 years. They've made changes, made adjustments, invested in the community, those who live in Windsong, with programs that assist with. And I'd have to say, I've not seen this before that a developer has done. I've never seen a developer work with the community so that they're going to provide $200,000 to assist with moving costs during the process, or using those funds to help offset the cost of increased rent. I've never seen that before. I've not seen a developer work with a community to help them increase and for programs that help with first-time home buyership, or to help with credit repair, to actually look at the people who live in Windsong and say, you know what, if this is not for you, we're going to help better your circumstances, we're going to help better your situation. And that for me speaks volumes, about the time that's been invested in working with the community, the support that's been provided. I've not seen that before. And so oftentimes I hear and I see when applications come before the city council that there's not enough engagement, that there's not enough consideration and help to the people who actually live in that application or that complex or that project. There is not enough communication. And I see the exact opposite here. I've listened to the concerns, regarding traffic, and I've seen, listened to concerns of density and the stormwater and zoning. And, my perspective is a bit different, because when I read the information about, from the staff and from planning, the proffers that were offered for density, stormwater, zoning, I believe that it was sufficient. I believe those proffers are sufficient. I believe the traffic study that said that this application would bring minimum traffic there, I believe that traffic study, I believe those facts. I believe our staff, when they put on paper that this particular application actually does and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. I trust, their character in this. I trust that they are putting their best foot forward and they are trustworthy. And so I look at all of those aspects. I look at also the people who actually live in the Windsong Apartments. I looked at the petition, and at least 21 of those people who signed the petition actually live in Windsong and actually support it. I've heard residents tell me and say they like the application, they like the process, they want to see life brought back to that community. They want to see a walkable community. They want to see improvements with sidewalks. They want to see this apartment complex develop into a community that's revitalized, that life is brought back into it instead of letting it continue to downgrade and to deteriorate. They want what's best for them as they live in that particular apartment complex. And that speaks volumes to me. Does that mean that I'm not listening to the residents who have spoke so passionately here tonight, who live around the community, who live around those apartments, who live across the street? No, but I'm also listening and hearing the needs of the people who live in the apartment complex, who have signed the petition to say they want it, who have given testimony, who say that they want it. And I've not seen one resident that lives in that apartment complex who said they did not want it. So, and that's, the reason why, and the reasons that I base, my support for this application. And so just wanted to make sure that, those who are here speaking in opposition doesn't mean that I'm not concerned about what you're saying, but I'm also listening to the association who does agree with it, to the residents who actually live in the apartment complex, who do want the application to go forward, as well as, in that petition that we received of 133 people, business owners who actually want it as well. You have business owners, you have people who live in the apartment complex. It's a mixture of group or community, if you will, that wants to see an investment, a revitalization of a piece of property that is going down. That is, there's not a lot of life there, and they want to see something better. And so that's the perspective that I'm hearing and that's coming through. Something better, something that the residents who live in that apartment complex want to see happen. And so those are my comments regarding the application.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Wood?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a few comments, and I certainly think it's commendable that the developer is providing funding for the tenants and that sort of thing. But that said, I'm supporting Councilmember Jones on this for a number of reasons. And I certainly agree with Mrs. Henley that there's an issue with respect to the flooding and the density, and I see that. I'd have to respectfully disagree with my council colleague who referred to the support for this project. When I take a look at the overwhelming majority of the speakers who spoke in opposition to this project were local, and the ones in favor overwhelmingly were not local. And I think that's telling, because there's literally no support in the community that I see, and that's highly unusual for projects like this. That said, I'm certain that there is a compromise to be had, and I would really prefer that the developer go back and work with the neighbors and reduce the density and come back with a better deal. But it doesn't seem like that's on the table right now. So I am supporting Councilmember Jones and supporting every civic league that spoke tonight who was opposed to it, and every organization that spoke tonight that was opposed to it, and supporting Councilmember Jones. Thank you.
Councilmember Wooten?
My support of this application it is indeed one of the components is based upon, the petition that I received with at least 21 residents who live in the apartment complex who have agreed and said this is going to be beneficial and they want it. If they had not, if I had not seen testimonies, from residents saying that they live there and they want it, then I might think a bit differently. But I'm looking at a petition that encompasses people who actually do live in the area as well in that particular zip code. And they're saying the opposite of the opposition, that they do want it. They do live there. Many of them who signed the petition live in the complex, and they say they do want it. So if there were evidence of that support, I might think a bit differently, because it's always important what the people think, and not just the people who are surrounding the community or who live down the street. I think that's important what they think, but it's also important what people think who live in the complex, who and others who live in the vicinity as well, down the street, across the street as well. Heard testimony from a gentleman who lives across the street. He said he welcomes it as well. So if that component was not there, I might think differently. But a lot of my support is partly because of that support from those who are in the community who do want it.
Now we've got Mr. Moss.
Councilmember Moss.
I just want to pick up on a comment that Jim Wood and Barbara Henley met. When I met with the developer, I did ask the question, could you lower this down and do this all as A24? I did put that option out on the table, and the response was, and I'm not going to hold him to that because, time and had time to think about it, is, well, that would make the project hard to get the appropriate return on investment. But I just wanted to put out there that concept, that thought, I did raise with the developer when we met. And I still think it solves the comp plan problem. And I think even some of the speakers even spoke to that. And I think it would go a long way to getting this to the common ground. And we could then, I've already asked the city manager to take a verbatim of the soil gentleman who testified and to have an engineering level examination of what's the accuracy of those statements and where are we in terms of our in-house assessment, so we could find out where what, as Ms. Henley said, what is a fact and what is a misrepresentation. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from council members? If not, just to go over, I believe the motion on the floor is the motion, the substitute motion was to approve by Councilmember Tower, seconded by Councilmember Wooten.
Okay, at this point, we have a motion and a second to vote on to make this the primary vote. And let me just say this, and once again, this is one of those decisions that we as elected folks find a lot of difficulty with, because no matter how you vote, there's going to be people that are going to be in favor and there's some folks not going to like it. I think a problem that we face as a city that is, not only aging, but running out of room, that these infill situations are going to be, dominant over the foreseeable future. And, Mrs. Henley made some, very, very good points, especially with some other ones. But, what was always lacking before was civic engagement, in terms of, and there will always be people for it and against it in the neighborhood for, various reasons. But infill is going to be the wave of the future for us. And once again, we talked, at length over the last number of months about the critical nature of engagement. The developer has engaged, the people of the community for 2 years with multiple engagements. Now, I do have a knowledge, and which gives me a confidence. All developers are different. But I remember years ago when I first got elected as the Centerville rep, and there was an ambitious development proposal came in to build the Cascades on Centerville Turnpike and Lynn Haven Parkway. And many of the objections that I heard from the adjacent community, because that was a neighborhood of single-family homes in and around it. And once again, there was strong civic engagement, and eventually, there was some buy-in. And they did build a very ambitious project with, mixed use there. And they became members of the community. They became good neighbors. And a couple years after that, we were approached to build the Infinity apartments at an old driving range there. And the community pushback at that point was not that much, because the Cascades apartment complex turned out to be a good neighbor. See, it's not just a bunch of livable homes. They are a community, with rec centers and community centers and things of that nature. And I guess well over a year ago, I did make a bus trip with the residents of Winsong that went to the Infinity and saw it. And I think there are a lot of the characteristics of the Infinity projects were the same. So ultimately, it comes down to, are we going to, is the community that is going to be there be good neighbors? And, even, with, some of the people that have strong opposition, will they, over time, become those good neighbors? So once again, I just wanted to give, some thoughts based on, some of my considerations. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and vote on the substitute motion to approve and to make it the primary, to make it the primary motion, then we'll vote on that. Okay, so Madam Clerk, if you could do the vote, please.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Nay.
Councilmember Jones?
Nay.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
By a vote of 7-4, you've approved the substitute motion.
Okay, now the primary motion is for approval. Okay, do we call?
Do we need, I believe we, Mr. Stiles, do we need another motion in a second, or does that become the primary?
No, it's become the primary and it's ready for a vote.
So this is for approval. Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Berlucci? Councilmember Berlucci said aye. Councilmember Henley?
Nay.
Councilmember Jones?
Nay.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood,
No.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 7 to 4, you have approved the application of Collier and Associates LP.
Okay, moving on to planning item number 2, Performance Collision Centers LLC and the City of Virginia Beach for a conditional zoning of RD4 residential and A12 apartment district to condition I1 a light industrial district and a conditional use permit for automotive repair garage at 212 Fair Lady Road, District 6. And I understand is this going to be combined with the ordinance and resolution on the property? Is it going to be a dual discussion on it?
Mr. Stiles, just for clarification, can this needs to be 2 separate votes, but can it be 1 discussion?
Yes, it can be 2 separate, it has to be 2 separate votes, but it can be a single discussion by the council. There will need to be the hearing, the public hearing on the planning item, of course, before that, but then the discussion can be unified.
Thank you. We have speakers. Mr. Moss has his hand raised, his virtual hand raised. Mr. Moss, I'm going to unmute you. However, I think the proper thing probably was to go ahead and have speakers first.
Yeah,
But Mr. Moss, if you would like to just make a comment real quick, just to.
Yeah, Mr. Moss, if you can make a quick comment, please.
Terry, I do believe that discussion can only be unified on unanimous consent because they are 2 separate votes, and therefore the motions can merit 2 discussions. I would just like to have that affirmed.
Mr. Stiles?
I think that's it's up to the decision of the chair, which is then subject to appeal by the body if any member of the body disagrees. So that's perhaps practically the same thing.
Yep. At this point, is there any problem with the body about having a unified discussion? For sake of not to be expedient, but just in terms of getting all the information out and having the ability of the attorneys, which was one of the reasons we delayed this, to chime in.
So just for clarity, we had 1 speaker on the excess property already, Jay Ogston.
That is
correct. He spoke. And then the question came up with Mr. Moss, Councilmember Moss. So then you decided to defer this item to deal with it all at once. So we do have speakers signed up for the planning item as well. So if you would like for me to call.
Yeah, I think if we can call the planning items first, and then we're going to have to wind up doing a separate vote on it anyway, correct? So.
Okay. Mr. Moss still has his virtual hand up. Councilmember Moss, did you like to make an additional question, or have an additional question or comment to make?
Yes. Yes, I did. Mr. Mayor, I have no objection. I just wanted to make sure that all the options were fully disclosed to the public. Thank you.
Yes, I truly appreciate your diligence on this, and we just want to make sure that we flush this. We have 2 weighted considerations for the same project, so we just want to make sure in fairness and equity. But thank you so much for your concern.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first speaker is Eddie Bourdon. He's the attorney representing the applicant. Mr. Bourdon, you are unmuted, and if you would like to pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. And just for the record, I was in the queue during the earlier conversation, but I guess I couldn't be brought forward. I only signed up for the planning item, not recognizing that there would potentially be discussion during the ordinance, but I will touch on what Councilman Moss brought up in my brief presentation. So, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, for the record, I'm Eddie Bourdon. I represent Performance Collision Centers on this proposed conditional rezoning of an existing 2.76 acre parcel, which has a split zoning of A12 apartment district and R5D residential duplex district to conditional I1 light industrial district, along with a conditional use permit for an automotive repair garage. The site is in accident potential zone 1, APZ1, and in the highest noise zone, DBN 75 and above, just west of the northern end of the north-south runway at NAS Oceana, and about a block south of the interchange with Interstate 264. Fair Lady Road on the west side of the site was formerly London Bridge Road. This portion of London Bridge Road was realigned to the east back in 2003, 2004. The absolute only adjoining property to this site is a residential duplex on a parcel to the south of the site, which is over 440 feet south of the southern facing wall of my client's proposed 15,000 square foot, one-story building. Between that duplex and my client's very attractive proposed building, there will be a heavy landscaping buffer adjacent to the duplex slot on our property, or on this property, a very large stormwater BMP, then a 6-foot tall solid vinyl privacy fence, and then a 76 parking space parking lot with internal parking lot landscaping. Now, Performance Collision is a rapidly expanding, innovative collision repair company in Virginia, South Carolina, and Georgia. It is locally owned, and they use standardized repair processes at every one of their locations, which provides them a competitive advantage in the direct repair programs, which are pre-approved by auto insurers looking for competitive cost proposals. The business location here will employ approximately 18 repair technicians, and they will earn an average annual salary of $78,000. We have proffered renderings and building materials, which you all have all seen, of all 4 sides of this very attractive, high-quality building. The business access is, as was dictated by the city, via 2 entrances off of Fair Lady Road, which will each be gated and closed, no access, no delivery of vehicles, etc., per condition number 5 of the CUP, between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. Monday through Saturday, and all day on Sunday. Having said that, Mr. Guston was correct. I did indicate that I thought that changing that to, and my client agrees, changing that to 7 a.m. versus 6 a.m. in condition of number 5 of the use permit is reasonable. And as requested by Councilman Moss, we are in agreement with that condition number 5 being so modified. Business is closed on Sunday. It is locked up, gated all day. The business hours are also limited by condition to between 7:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, closed on Sunday. All repair work, and all cars that are under repair will be repaired inside the building and located inside the building. Vehicle access to the building is via 3 glass roll-up doors, 1 facing Potter's Road to the north and 2 facing the parking lot to the south. As depicted on the proffered plan, my client will plant extensive heavy landscaping around the entire site, primarily along the Fair Lady Road frontage, and then the frontage of the property to the south, and along London Bridge Road. On Fair Lady, we have a 20-foot wide Category 4 landscape buffer, followed by a 6-foot tall solid vinyl fence on the interior. In addition to the 9 proffers with this application to rezone, your staff has recommended 12 conditions which are all acceptable to my client. And this application, again, will change number 5, as I mentioned earlier, to 7 a.m. The applications have been thoroughly reviewed by your staff. They have been recommended for approval by your professional staff and by your planning commission. The issue that Mr. Moss brought up earlier with regard to parking, we actually agree with his observation, although this is not a car dealership. There aren't cars for sale on the property, so that does, I think, add to the problem on a lot of the dealerships he's discussed earlier. But we were asked this question the opposite way at Planning Commission by one of the planning commissioners. why do you have 76 spaces when the ordinance only requires you to have 17? Well, our answer to that was, and our reason for this is, we wanted to make darn certain that there would not be any parking off-site. And so we made sure we had more than enough parking on-site, and it's like, I think Councilman Tower mentioned, it's 5 times what's required. We believe this is more than adequate, but we do agree that 17 would not have been adequate. We have no aversion to putting no parking signs along our frontage on Fair Lady or Potters or London Bridge, but we have no problem doing that. But we did intentionally increase the parking substantially because we will have a number of employees and we will have cars that are not under repair and that will be in the parking lot, but not any that are under repair. So with the proposed conditions and as proffered, we would respectfully request that you all follow the recommendation of your staff and planning commission and approve this. And I'd like to have the opportunity to respond to any of the comments that may be brought forward by the opposition, and appreciate also Mr. Augustin's comments earlier. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
The next speaker is Thomas Goodrich. After Mr. Goodrich will be Barry Frankenfield. Mr. Goodrich, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Hi, my name is Thomas Goodrich. I live on Elon Drive, 2493. Grown up in the city for almost 3 decades now. I grew up off of 2540 South Adventure Trail, just 2 blocks up the road. So I've seen the growth and the development around here, and I am speaking today in opposition of the project, but I more or less have come to an understanding that it's gonna be inevitable. So my one request at this point mainly would be to the development, and that the entrances would be maybe in a U-shaped on Potters and London Bridge to the facility to negate any traffic that might come upon Fair Lady, because it's currently 100% residential in this area. So we have, like the gentleman said before and earlier, it's heavily trafficked by local walkers with either their kids or pets, and that would just very much interrupt this this neighborhood and this community. I don't think it's a good idea to put that sort of thing right there. It doesn't really benefit the community itself, while it might benefit the tax revenue to the city. It would be right next to, on the same plot of land and island where a current duplex is, and right across the street from a large residential community. And so with that, I would take into consideration the fact that according to the U.S. government census from July 1st, 2019, there's about a population of about 500,000 people, give or take, in Virginia Beach, and about 22% is under the age of 18. So that's around 100,000 people. There's 293 parks and park facilities in Virginia Beach, so that doesn't necessarily mean that a park facility is a park. So that would allocate for close to 350 kids per public space. So if you can account for the fact that all of the parks around the city can't allocate 350 kids, then you would see where this, as a growing community full of families, it really needs that space to help our community grow and thrive. I really don't think it's a great idea. I'm in the automotive field, and I've talked to countless residents around the area. We're currently in the process of forming a civic league for the community of Fair Lady and Cheltenham, and all the way down to Dalebrook, and further on if we need, to sort of be better prepared for situations like this.
Very much, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barry Frankenfield, and after Mr. Frankenfield is Jay Ogston. Mr. Frankenfield, if you'd pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barry Frankenfield. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Virginia, and I'm providing landscape design services for the applicant of Performance Collision Centers. A conceptual plan has been provided in your staff report, and in this plan, the applicant has offered significant amount and high quality planting, which exceeds the city recommendations and requirements. There are 20-foot landscape buffers on 3 sides of the property: London Bridge Road, Potters Road, and Fair Lady Road. They are double what is required of the 10 feet that is required. These buffers include street frontage planting, ornamental planting, and evergreen tree planting along most of Fair Lady Road, actually screening the parking lot and the stormwater facility. All interior foundation and dumpster planning is included as required. And finally, a very attractive 6-foot privacy fence is proposed to screen the parking area and the stormwater pond. This is a very robust planting and screening effort to ensure that the operations and parking are screened from the Fair Lady properties. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. I stand by.
Thank you. Jay Ogston, and after Mr. Ogston is Valerie Palmertree.
Thank you very much, City Council, for allowing me to speak a little bit longer in regards to this development, this plot development. As what Mr. Grivich said earlier, I just as he does agree that this business will probably be voted to be done. Like I said earlier, our only reservations, just like Mr. Grivich said, was that that the entrances be moved from Fair Lady Road to either Potters Road or on London Bridge. We just believe that it does disrupt the community on this side. I tell you, after we met with the attorney, Mr. Borden, on December, we did agree that the 7 o'clock time frame, but we also agreed that those entrances should be, if favorably, would be on the other side of the street. So I beg of you, the City Council, to relook at that or challenge our traffic engineers to see if we can make that a possibility rather than put those entrances on Fair Lady Road where there'd be a disruption to this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Valerie Palmertree.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is actually Valeria Palmertree, and my husband and I have lived on Fair Lady Place, directly off Fair Lady Road, for about 6 years. Key to our decision to buy this house, which is our first home, we are not from Virginia Beach, but have decided to call this home, was really the understanding that Fair Lady Road was zoned R5D. The proposed plan for a performance collision center located just steps away from our driveway is something we've strongly opposed since learning about it. To be clear, there is a matter of feet between my front yard and this development. This development is poised to encroach onto our residential area, with the entrance spilling directly onto our Fair Lady Place cul-de-sac, while bringing with it an influx of traffic on a road where many of us and our children and pets walk, run, and bike, and on which school buses regularly stop, as well as an influx of constant noise associated with the use of air and power tools, banding of metal, and large record trucks coming and going during the day, as is the nature of such businesses. We don't think a collision center belongs in our neighborhood. While we're open to the city's continued growth, we believe that the residential neighborhoods deserve development that enrich, not deteriorate their community or impact our property value. If the city really is on board to move forward with this development despite our objections, then we ask that at a minimum, you consider the following. 1, moving the entrance to London Bridge Road. If it's located on Fair Lady Road, parking will inevitably spill onto that road and onto our cul-de-sac. 2, restricting noise and establishing clear noise restrictions as previously discussed. Just to be clear, the jets are not a real concern to us. It's part of living in Virginia Beach and something that living here we are okay with. 3, establishing strict waste management protocols to prevent any chemicals like antifreeze or oil to seep into the road, and more specifically to harm our pets which walk on that road. 4, setting privacy parameters that keep the development suitably contained away from our driveway and front yards. 5, designing the structure and signage to reflect an aesthetic that is suitable for a residential neighborhood. Unfortunately, as my fellow neighbors said, we don't have an HOA or civic league yet, and unfortunately have not had much traction with further discussing, engaging, or collaborating with the developer or with council members more closely. But I wholeheartedly echo my fellow neighbors' concerns, some of whom you've heard from today, and others who, despite attempting to register, have not been called on to speak yet, and they are on this call and open to comment, so I do want to say that. And overall, just thank you for your time and your consideration and for taking our opinion into consideration as you vote on this tonight.
Mr. Bourdon, would you like for a rebuttal for 3 minutes, please? You're unmuted.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. I appreciate the comments as it pertains to the suggestion by Mr. Austin that I agreed that the entrance could be moved. The conversation was they would like the entrance moved, and my expression was that was up to traffic engineering and city council, but this property has been, marketed for years that the only access was from Fair Lady, and we have abided by what was required of us, and we're perfectly happy with those entrances, but if that were to change, we would still want to try to develop the property. The city at one point did suggest that our entrance align with Fair Lady Place, and we specifically said, no, we are not willing to do that because it would in fact then be an open view right on into the parking lot. And that's why the entrance does not align with Fair Lady Place, and staff agreed with that because we wanted the entrance to be, when you come out of that neighborhood, you're looking at all that landscaping. The entrance is further to the north, and it is directly in line with the building and the side of the building, which is very attractive with windows, et cetera. It's not a standard building. It is certainly got residential architecture characteristics with the window shades, et cetera. So it's an actually extremely nice looking building. We did also do outreach to the community. It's hard in this environment, but there was a Zoom call that was held a month and a half ago. The Fair Lady, again, was a 2-lane R2. It was London Bridge Road for decades and decades. To the parking, I already addressed that. We've got more than enough parking. There will not be parking in the neighborhood. There will not be parking on Fair Lady with this, because we 5 times the required parking to make certain that would never be become an issue. And all the work happens in the building with the doors closed. It will not be a noise intrusion, and there are limited hours, as you all are aware. So again, appreciate the input and appreciate the discussions that we had at the Planning Commission, and I'll stand by for any questions that the council members may have.
Any questions for Mr. Bourdon?
Councilmember Tower.
Thank you. My question's not for Mr. Bourdon. It's really, I guess, I'll address it to Mr. Tahan. Just for the benefit of those listening, could you go over the issue of the entrance off of the difficulties at the entrances off of London Bridge and what is it, Potter's on the other one? I just want to make sure we understand that it wasn't an arbitrary decision to put it on Fair Lady Road.
Mr. Tahan.
Yes, Mr. Tower. Just to be clear, the comprehensive plan identifies London Bridge as being a traffic-controlled arterial, where if there are no existing entrances to the site on London Bridge Road, then it is to stay that way in order to continue to allow for the traffic flow that has been identified with the significant investment the city has had to upgrade London Bridge Road. As far as providing an access on Potter's Road, you can see on this aerial photo the proximity of that and how close that block is to the intersection on the right turn lane. The The entrance would be in the right turn lane that goes traveling eastbound on Potter's Road onto London Bridge Road, which is a conflict and could cause for accidents, which is why traffic engineering noted that that would not be an appropriate location for an entrance. As noted, the entrance in the safest location and to comply with the comprehensive plan is to locate it on Fair Lady Road.
Councilmember Tower, any additional questions or comments? Questions or comments from? Seeing none, Mayor, I'll turn the meeting back over to you.
Okay, at this point, we will revert back to the Ordinance and Resolutions number 4. And I will reread it. The ordinance to declare 2.759 plus or minus acres of land located at 212 Fair Lady Road and the vacant lot at the intersection of Fair Lady Road, Elon Drive, London Bridge Road in excess of the city's needs, and authorize the city manager to sell the same to Performance Collision Centers, LLC's Ray Construct and Automotive Repair Garage. At this point, Mr. Tower, will you make a motion on the ordinance?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the approval of the ordinance.
Have a second.
Wilson? Did you have a second? No response. Was there a second from another council member? If so, I'll be happy to recognize you.
I seconded. I'm sorry you didn't hear me.
Wilson, I'm sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Seeing none.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Aye.
Councilmember Rouse?
Aye.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood? Mayor Dyer?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Aye.
Thank you. By a vote of 11-0, you approve the ordinance regarding the excess property at Fair Lady Road.
We have a long evening this evening. Yes. Okay. Moving on to planning item number 3. Kim,
No, Mayor, we need to do the planning item number 2 now.
Oh, okay, planning item.
Performance
Okay.
Collision Centers.
All right.
actual
Oh,
vote
my
on.
apologies. Okay, and the next one is Performance Collision Centers, LLC, and the City of Virginia Beach for a non-conditional change of zoning from R5D Residential District and A2 Apartment District to conditional I1 Light Industrial District and a conditional use permit Ray Automotive Repair Garage at 212 Fair Lady Road, District 6, Beach. Okay, Mr. Tower, do we have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Councilmember Moss.
That second includes the 7 a.m. because I think this is the place where we could insert that, if I remember correctly, from the city attorney. Is that your intent, Mr. Tower?
Yes, I'm happy to please amend my motion to approve with the 7 a.m. insertion.
I second that motion. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion?
Seeing none.
Okay, call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Abbott.
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci.
Aye.
Councilmember Henley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Moss.
Aye.
Rouse.
Aye.
Councilmember Tower.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood.
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 11 to 0, we approve the application of Performance Collision Centers LLC in the city of Virginia Beach with the amendment to 7 a.m.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Now we move on to number 3, which is Kim Darrow Kliblev Barker for a conditional use permit, raise short-term rental at 3625 East Stratford Road, District 4, Bayside.
The applicant, Kim Barker. Ms. Barker, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning. Kim Barker is her name. If you will pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, you are unmuted. Thank you.
Hi, yes, good evening. It's DeRoche Blau Barker. But anyway, good evening, Council, Mayor Dyer, and Vice Mayor and my neighbors. I'm applying for the short-term rental conditional use permit at my home at 3625 East Stratford Road in Virginia Beach and in the neighborhood of the area known as Ocean Park. It's located in the resort part of Chicks Beach. My home is surrounded by local area businesses, 5 being within 100 yards of the front door. And the number 5 includes the Lynn Haven Public Boat Ramp and Beach Facility and the Brock Environmental Facility. Where my home is located is very unique to the Shore Drive overlay. It is in the resort area. It's not in the regular neighborhood. Prior to this meeting, I reached out to my immediate neighbors to advise them of my intent to rent my home out as a short-term rental by handing out flyers explaining and asking for any feedback. Out of over the 100 plus flyers given out, I had 2 neighbors that voiced their concerns about noise, and none of the 2 were direct neighbors. And what I mean by direct neighbors were they weren't connected to me, lived below me, beside me, or behind me. So I've lived in Ocean Park for over 25 years, and I really do appreciate the passion around this issue. And I just want to say that the requirements that I already have in place to ensure there's no disruption to the lifestyles of my neighbors include I do not allow no more than 6 guests. I have a minimum night stay of 3. No one under the age of 25 can rent. I charge a very hefty deposit. All guests have to sign an agreement to include no gatherings, no parties, no guests after 10 p.m., No smoking, no loud noise after 10 p.m., no drugs, and no pets. Also, I have in place noise monitors, which alert me to an increase in noise levels. And also, I have a monitor which notifies me when the front door is locked and unlocked and by whom it's unlocked or locked by. We adhere to all of the CDC sanitation guidelines. I've complied to all the City Council and Planning Commission recommendations. It's consistent with the Shore Drive overlay allowing of short-term rentals and the guidelines. And I would really appreciate and I would be thankful if you all would grant me the request for the conditional use permit. And I believe that where my home is located, unlike in other areas, it is conducive to having guests in Shore Drive corridor. Thank you.
The next speaker is Paul Franklin, and after Mr. Franklin is Megan Smith. Mr. Franklin, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, you may begin speaking.
Yes, council members, mayor and vice mayor. I am owner of the property as well. Kim was my wife. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to say one thing before I begin. Megan Smith, who is our neighbor directly below us, just text us. She's a naval officer, works at the Pentagon, and will be unable to speak next. She's apparently part of the inauguration committee / detail at the Pentagon. So with that, I'm going to begin. Our property, my wife pretty much summed it up. We're in a unique location, close to small businesses in the area. American Brew is one, just, within 50 yards of our property, the boat ramp, the docks, the Brock Environmental Park, J&A Racing's nearby. Yeah, Bucketheads is in walking distance. And again, we have things in place, in regards to our short-term rental that will, ensure proper use. And as well, we have no parking off site. We meet all the parking requirements. No more than 2 cars, on our driveway. And I just like to say that, without reiterating all that my wife said, I would hope that you would grant our conditional use permit, and thank you for your time.
Mayor, that's all the speakers.
Okay, Mr. Jones, do you have a recommendation?
Mr. Mayor, we approved one not too far from this a couple of months ago. There's nobody in opposition to it. The lady's correct. It is close to commercial enterprises and so forth. And I like the fact that they're managing their property themselves. So I'm going to move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Councilmember Moss?
No, I'm not seconding this. I just need to put my hand down.
Apologize, thank you. Is there a second if someone could raise their virtual hand? Councilmember Wilson?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, please call the roll, Madam
Thank you.
Clerk.
Councilmember Abbott?
Aye.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Aye.
Councilmember Henley?
Nay.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse,
Aye.
Councilmember Tower,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wooten,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood,
Aye.
Mayor Dyer.
Aye.
By a vote of 9 to 2, you've approved the application.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to planning item 7, Walter Lee Burnett for conditional use permit, short-term rental at 926 Maryland Avenue, District 6, Beach.
The applicant, Walter Burnett. If you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for hearing my application. I grew up in Virginia Beach. I went to Green Run High School. I live in Richmond, but I spend approximately 4 to 5 months a year at my townhouse. And when I bought in the Pinewood Cove townhouses, there's a lot of renters there, a lot of rental units there. And what I did was I remodeled the house to make it a nicer place. I invested about $25,000 to $30,000 into it. I have very high standards. My rental aim is to rent to families, more so to avoid what I think are more of the party crowds. I'm doing I would like to do 6-night rentals as a minimum to get the family crowds in instead. I have a no smoking, no party policy, no pets. I do have noise monitors. I do have Wi-Fi locks on the front and the back door. I have a 6-foot tall privacy fence surrounding the entire property. I have support help. My housekeeper lives in the same row as my townhome. And 2 of my friends also have properties on the street to help support me. One of the things I did do in September is I did talk to Mr. Tower to just hear some of the concerns that City Council had and just see how I could, make my place a more nice place for the city. I did speak with, I did go to the Planning Commission meeting, and I know that on a 4-4 tie vote, that's how I ended up with a decline. One thing I did want to say is that one of the neighbors who is 3 doors down from my house did speak to Mr. Alcaraz before I had a chance to speak with him. And he did say some untruthful things to Mr. Alcaraz, including loud parties in the past and just basically he was against it because of loud parties, and he said he could see them from in my backyard. And after doing a little recon on where he was and this and that, I did find that he has 0 sightline to my house at all. And the only way that he could actually see in my backyard, since I have a 6-foot tall privacy fence, was for him to maybe fly a drone over it. It's a property that I have taken great care of. I do care for it. I'm there a lot. I have support. I I did get 16 letters of support from my neighbors in Pinewood Cove townhouses who agreed that it helps. I've helped the property values, that I've made it nicer. Many positives from 16 different neighbors that are owners there. I do ask for your approval. I would appreciate it. I won't let anyone down if you do approve me. Thank you.
The next speaker is William Wright. Mr. Wright, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Yeah, this is Mr. Wright, and I live on at 904 Maryland Avenue, and I'm opposed to the short-term rental in the neighborhood. I just think it's a quiet neighborhood, and we'd like to try to keep it that way. And the short-term rentals do cause a lot of traffic in the area, increased noise, and it does. Nobody likes to live next door to a property that has short-term rentals and people traffic coming in every week during the summer. So that's basically the reason why I'm opposed to it, and that's all.
Mr. Burnett, would you like to take the time for rebuttal? If so, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Regarding traffic, it's a very tight street, no doubt. I have plenty of parking, and although the city has, said you could put 3 cars in the lot, in general, my idea is only to limit it to a family with no more than 2 cars. That will help mitigate what is a high density area, a high traffic area. There's a lot of people that park on the street. I have offered Mr. Wright my contact information, but he didn't take it at this time. I'd love to give it to him still. And I'd be more than happy to listen to any of his concerns and try to work with him. He's 3 doors down. I've not actually met him, but the one time. But, I will be a definite responsible neighbor. We'll take care of the property. We'll have it paid attention to. I've arranged to have the trash taken in and out on time if I'm not available. So that's all I have. I would appreciate your approval. Thank you.
That's all the speakers, sir.
Okay, Mr. Tower, can you shed some light on this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got some concerns about this that are reflected in the tie vote, which resulted in denial at the Planning Commission. But I view this mainly as punitive, and I don't say that meaning that it's wrong or bad to be punitive about Mr. Burnett's operation of this property during the preceding the time that he applied for a conditional use permit. But I don't think that this is a property that is inherently unsuitable for a short-term rental. It's not in the overlay that I proposed, but I have taken a blood oath not to pretend that the overlay is in existence when it's not. So I'm trying to deal with these on a case-by-case basis, as I have all along. And I believe this neighborhood is suitable for short-term rentals. And I hear Mr. Burnett's promises to operate it in a way that it needs to be operated. So I'm going to vote in favor of it. I make the motion that we approve it.
Okay, a vote for approval. Do we have a second?
Vice Mayor Wood?
I'm not seconding it. I had a question for the applicant, so I'll wait. If Mr. Tower has a second, then I'll ask my question.
Apologize. Is there a second? If so, if you'd raise your virtual hand, please. Councilmember Rouse.
Second. Okay, open for discussion. Mr. Wood.
And if you can answer this after I finish and stand by. You indicated that you're there often and that you manage it yourself. Is that correct? The first question. And then the second question is, do you live in Virginia Beach or close by? Thank you.
Mr. Burnett, if you would please respond.
I actually do stay in the property a lot. I would say it's about 4 to 5 months per year. I'm here a lot. I actually live in Midlothian, which is in the Richmond area.
Vice Mayor Wood, did you have any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, the question is who manages it?
Mr. Burnett?
Yes, I have Laura Lidner, who lives on the same row that has her own business, and she keeps the property clean for me. I have Carrie Copenhaver, who lives in the same area close by as my backup, and I have Kelly Trebor, who is also a neighbor here in Richmond and also in Virginia Beach.
So following up on that, I noticed that, so you are then affiliated with the other one that we have, Trebor, as well, right?
Well, I'm not affiliated per se with her. We're just friends.
So your neighbors in Virginia Beach and you have neighboring properties, excuse me, your neighbors in Richmond and you have neighboring properties in Virginia Beach.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Council members, any additional questions or comments?
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second, and we've been through the discussion. Madam Clerk, if you can call the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Abbott?
Nay.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Nay.
Councilmember Henley? Councilmember Jones?
Nay.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Nay.
Did he say nay?
Nay.
Thank you. Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Nay.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
No.
Mayor Dyer?
Nay.
I'm gonna go back to Councilmember Henley. Councilmember Henley?
Nay.
By a vote of 2 to 9, this application has been denied as the motion was to approve.
Okay, thank you. And final item under planning, James and Kelly Trebor for conditional use permit raise short-term rental at 939 Maryland Avenue, District 6 Beach.
The applicant is Kelly Trebor. Ms. Trebor, if you would pause 2 to 3 seconds before beginning, thank you.
Hi, yes, thank you for listening tonight, and it's late, so I'll make this brief. I am applying for that conditional use permit. I do live in Richmond, as Lee Burnett said. We are neighbors in Midlothian as well as in Virginia Beach. I purchased this unit, we closed on it in November, and I currently have a long-term rental in it. My husband and I bought this unit for our own pleasure, and we intend to spend a great deal of our time in Virginia Beach when we're not working here in Richmond. So I'm applying for the short-term rental so that other people can enjoy Virginia Beach when we're not using our unit. I understand, it was Mr. Bright, I can't remember his name, that is in opposition because of traffic and parking, and I can completely understand that. I live in a high-density community in Richmond, and sometimes parking is at a premium. However, we do have ample parking, and just like Mr. Burnett said, we do have provisions in place for parking. So I do not see that as an offense or a problem for our neighboring community. And being a short-term rental as opposed to a long-term rental, just so that I can paint a picture here for my neighbor, that we're currently have long-term rentals, and they have 3 vehicles. And they're a family, and they live in Virginia Beach. They're from Virginia Beach, so they have friends that come and park as well, and they also have children. So there's a lot more parking and traffic with a long-term rental than there would be with a short-term rental. I don't see that as an issue for any of the neighbors in that community at all. As far as noise is concerned, I believe there was a lady that was speaking in Chicks Beach or Oceanside that was talking about noise and the provisions that she had taken to, eliminate big parties and that sort of thing that can sometimes come along with short-term rental and, people, lots of big gatherings, and all of that will be implemented in our unit as well. This is our second home. I grew up going to Virginia Beach as a child and as an adult, and my family and my daughter, we love it there. We love the community, and we intend to, enjoy it as well as be good neighbors to everybody around us.
The only other speaker is William Wright. Mr. Wright, if you would just pause 2 to 3 seconds. Thank you. If you have comments. Responding. He's not responding. That's the only other speaker.
Okay. Once again, Mr. Tower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move for approval of the application.
We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
If there's a second, will the council member raise their virtual hand, please? I am not seeing a second, Mayor. Councilmember Wooten?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Seeing none.
Okay, at this point, Madam Clerk, could we please call for the vote?
Councilmember Abbott?
Madam Clerk, could I make?
I'm sorry.
Get my hand up.
Did you have a question or comment for discussion?
Madam Clerk, I was just trying to make a comment quickly that I believe this application was on the consent agenda. It was approved by staff and was on the consent agenda at the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you,
Yeah, call the vote, please.
Councilmember Abbott?
Nay.
Councilmember Berlucci?
Nay.
Councilmember Henley?
Nay.
Councilmember Jones?
Nay.
Councilmember Moss?
Nay.
Councilmember Rouse?
Nay.
Councilmember Tower?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Nay.
Councilmember Wooten?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wood?
Nay.
Mayor Dyer?
Nay.
As the motion was to approve, the vote is 2 to 9, so this application is denied.
Okay, thank you. At this point, is there any unfinished business? Is there any new business?
I apologize. Councilmember Tower, his virtual hand is up. Did you have an additional comment?
I do. Mr. Mayor, excuse me, are you at new business?
We're in new business.
Go ahead, Mr. Tower.
Okay. I would like to advise the council that the bill that we approved to support the creation of a tourism authority. Our delegate Guy has asked for our advice concerning amendments to that bill. The bill was passed out of committee, but before it goes to the floor, there have been suggestions that there were certain technical objections to the bill, all of which I think are pretty easily solved. There's also one suggestion that's been made to Delegate Guy and to me, I'm aware of it as well, by certain members of the resort community that would define the board of directors of the authority within as part of the creation of the authority, and to create a diversified assigned group of certain number of council members, certain persons chosen by the city manager, certain business people and the like. I have said that while I have no objection to that in concept, I don't think it's feasible or fair to ask council to adopt that on the fly. So my only suggestion to you is that you authorize amendments to the bill of a technical nature that would simply one, support the fact that it does not have any taxing or condemnation authority, and two, that there is a reference in the bill to collecting fees, and the question's been raised about what that means. The only fees that I'm aware of that the authority might collect would be fees in the nature of voluntary membership, and I use that with air quotes, fees that might be charged to stakeholders such as hotels or other businesses in the tourism business to be, quote, members of some sub-organization. It's a way of having private participation with the authority, which is one of the advantages of having it, is that the authority would be allowed to accept funds from hotels or other stakeholders in the resort business that would help defray the costs of our tourism efforts. So I guess I'm looking for guidance from council as to whether you are okay with those changes, amendments.
Should we get some direction from the city attorney as to how this should be handled?
Still on the line? She's
I'm sorry, what's the question to the city attorney?
Well, so should this be taken up? Does this need a vote?
Well, I don't think we can vote on it or, that type of thing, without it being on the agenda. And the other thing is, I have to admit, I never saw the proposed bill in its entirety yet myself. And I think, I would like to see it, and then maybe have, make sure everybody gets a copy of the proposed bill, and then also, what we're talking about in terms of recommendations. But I don't think we can do it here tonight.
I see Councilmember Moss has his virtual hand raised. Mr. Moss?
I concur with the mayor entirely. I appreciate Mr. Tower's situation, but this is not the hour nor with the right baseline of information for council to say that representing the public that it's been a vetted opinion by the body. So I agree with the mayor.
Okay, is there any other new business at this point?
Mr. Tower still has his virtual hand up.
Okay.
A crossover is like February 4th, I believe. I'm not sure that gives enough time for the bill to be heard. If the suggestion is we can't amend this bill without council approval and it has to be put to a formal vote, then that's, as I understand it, that would put us to February 2nd. Is that correct?
That is the next formal session scheduled. Yes, sir.
But Mr. Tower, I think at this point, if we get the substance on it, that we could at least start reviewing it now. And, but once again, this is, at the end of an evening during new business, I'm very concerned about, making any direction right now. Especially, we need information that, that right now I don't think is present. Once again, this is an important consideration. We obviously have to do something to, help out at the ocean front in terms of things. But once again, this is, just too important to really discuss right now, Mr. Tower.
Councilmember Wilson has raised her virtual hand as well. Ms. Wilson?
Deborah Bryan is in the queue. I'm not pushing for us to go ahead and do this tonight, but I think it might be good to hear what she has to say because she's been in Richmond and has been interacting with everyone, and maybe she can give people even a better explanation for understanding. Can you call on her, Amanda?
Ms. Bryan, you are unmuted. If you will just pause 2 to 3 seconds, thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of council. The only thing that I would like to say, and procedurally, I defer to the city attorney as to how that would work. What I have been asked to do by the delegate who is patroning this bill, Delegate Guy, is to let you know that at this point, the option is either one of two things. She can either withdraw the bill, or it's already been introduced. She can ask for it to be passed by, or just let it go for a vote. And she just wanted to know before she did anything on her own volition, what you would prefer. The other option was, of course, to make some changes. But if that is not what you want to do, then if we would give her direction and she didn't want to withdraw the bill without your direction, the only other way that it would go is it would go for a vote, which with the current wording would likely fail. So if you have a recommendation to that, otherwise, if your direction is to leave it to Delegate Guy, we can tell her that as well.
Councilmember Moss?
I'm going to come back to where I was before. If those are the three options, then I think we have to leave it to Delegate Guy. Well, there's just no way without other stakeholders' involvement, all these little changes we're making about how they get appointed, that's not necessarily a small thing. The city manager is going to appoint people. And I just think, this is not the hour or the time, nor do we have the right stakeholders to consult with. I think she got elected to be a legislator. She's got to use her best judgment. And it's the ball's in her court, and I don't think we should take the football back.
Let me just put it this way. This is an important thing. But by the same token, I think we have to be considered a deliberative body. And once again, trying to give a direction. Once again, I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't seen the actual language of the bill yet. Just being honest with you. And I'm just reluctant at this point. So, if it's the will of the body, Delegate Guy is the patron. It's that's my opinion.
Councilmember Wooten, did you have? comments?
Yes, I just have a comment or question. Is what particular time frame does the delegate need this information? Did she, Attorney Brian, did she make the request and for a certain time period, or say that there's a deadline we need to meet? Because we did, you were gracious enough to help find someone to advocate for this bill as, the citizens requested. And so if she's asking for support and assistance in advocating, I think we should provide that information to her. So is there a time frame?
Ms. Bryan?
Yes, Councilmember Wooten, the timeframe is actually today. She was going to let it go through, but she asked when she was on the House floor today if it could be passed by one more day. It's been passed by already yesterday. She was waiting to find out if there was a way that she could get direction. She can ask each day that it be passed by, but at some point, and probably the point is within the next day or so, when they go to committee, or when they go to full committee, they will just not allow her to pass it by anymore, and it will go to a full vote.
Councilmember Wooten, did you have any additional questions or comments?
So I guess my question is, if we, receive the legislation to review it, when will we be able to get back with the delegate and offer her that information?
At this point, I do get phone calls over the years from delegates and senators to ask me about my particular view one-on-one. But once again, making the decision as a body, at this type of thing, I just feel personally uncomfortable with it. So if we can get a copy of it, review it, and then, if the delegate wants to solicit some input individually from us and just to get a temperature what's going on. But, I'm just, as I said, I'm reluctant to do it tonight at this late moment and try to give, a direction. This is an important thing, but we got to make sure that, what we do is deliberative and, collaborative. So at this point, that's what I would recommend.
Ms. Wooten, did you have additional questions or comments?
So then the answer is no, we don't have a time frame in which to respond to her. We are going to let her just contact us. Is that what you're saying?
Once again, like I said, it might be prudent if people want to have a one-on-one conversation with a delegate guide to pass on, their feelings on it. And, she could outreach and, certainly, do it that way. That might be the most expeditious way to at least, figure out what's on each individual's mind. But trying to come up with a consensus at this point, even tonight, I just got concerns about it. So she could do that over the next day or two, or the council people can reach out to her too.
Councilman Tower?
Reach out to her, because I couldn't imagine how she feels as well, if she's asking us to provide her with support or assistance, and and she's waiting on us, and I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure she has everything she needs to properly advocate for something we've asked her to advocate for.
But once again, from what and if I can ask our attorney that's representing us up there, how long was this is a very last minute thing, and I wish we had a little bit more time that we could have communicated prior to this meeting instead at the end of the meeting, and then we understand that we have a deadline that what might have been today or tomorrow. That's just, not my way of doing things.
Ms. Bryan?
I understand. I was just corrected that or told that tomorrow is the third reading. So tomorrow it will just go to the House floor for a vote unless we withdraw it. So I will do whatever the will of the council is. If you want me to just let the delegate know that it's up to her discretion, I can do that as well. And as far as the actual bill, just to clarify, the bill that will be going forward is the one that was in your legislative package, the one that you passed by resolution. There are no changes to it.
Okay. Does anybody object to Delegate Guy making, that decision at this point?
Councilmember Tower.
This is no way to run a railroad. Delegate Guy has volunteered to carry this bill at our request. She has asked for direction. The legislature does not wait for us to spend 2 weeks changing a bill that is, many of our bills are subject to amendment. And I dare say they get amended frequently without taking full votes. I cannot count. Delegate Guy's made it clear that she is not going to act other than to let it go to a vote without support. That's her last instruction, and that the bill is in serious jeopardy, if not full. I don't think it stands us in any good stead, and I would like to be able to ask her to withdraw it if she's not able to accommodate. Otherwise, we will have a defeated bill without any ability to amend it, because we weren't able to manage our legislative agenda in a way. This is something that happens on a daily basis in the General Assembly with plenty of our other bills. And I think leaving her to make the decision is essentially telling her to kill the bill. I would rather withdraw it than kill it. It makes no sense to kill a bill, have a bill killed that we know is going to get killed if we're able to withdraw it.
With due respect, Mr. Tower, could I ask why you didn't bring this forward to us earlier or yesterday, or?
It was brought to my attention today. I didn't bring it. The only opportunity I thought I could bring it up would be in new business.
Mayor, so we have several council members that have their virtual hand
Okay.
raised. If you'd like for me to recognize them, Councilmember Moss, and then after Mr. Moss will be Councilmember Wilson.
I do think the bill should be withdrawn. It had flaws in its construction. The pace with which we moved it and the lack of critical review that went into the content of the bill itself is why we're here. Many of those flaws I pointed out. And so I think it's not, and this isn't the way to repair it on the fly. I think we need to repair it by talking to a larger branch of stakeholders than we originally considered, and truly have something that we all can support, and making sure that accountability and provisions are there. We probably won't make it this session, but that gives us an opportunity to make sure we really understand the problem that we have. But I'm not willing here at this hour to do anything other than say withdrawal, because it isn't the right way to do business. And we can't be making these kind of some things might be minor. Well, I don't think most people even understood that eminent domain was something that they could do. And that's something that our legislators learned from the legislative staff attorneys, and I'm sure other people heard that too. So I think we're here there by our own fault, our own hubris. And I think the bill should be that direction I would give is to withdraw the bill.
Councilmember Wilson, and after Ms. Wilson will be Councilmember Wooten.
Thank you, Amanda. Guy is right. We didn't hear about this until today and really this afternoon. So I don't think we ever had the intent that this body would have eminent domain or taxing authority or all the other things that we're hearing about now. So it's unfortunate that that was not included. As far as the board of directors, I'm not sure they would pass it even if we did the others without having clarity on the board of directors. And we're not even sure what that should be now. We don't want to leave groups out and, staff out and that sort of thing. So I think that's a slippery slope that we don't really want to go down. I do think that it would look bad if the bill is killed. I think it would be better if it was withdrawn for us to work on it for a better presentation for next time. And in the meantime, we can be working on all those little details that we said we needed to do, and we were going to be doing between now and, I guess, summer. And this will really give us plenty of time to do it. So it's unfortunate. I think it's disappointing. But I think there were just some lessons to be learned here. And those were things that we really didn't anticipate. So thank you.
Councilmember Wooten, and then after Ms. Wooten will be Councilmember Jones.
I just wanted to comment on withdrawing the bill. Just as long as we can bring it back at another time after everyone reviews it again and adds the necessary content to it or modify it as necessary. I do know I received some feedback on it today as well, that Delegate Guy felt that there was more that she needed to advocate for in the bill and was looking to council for direction. So I would concur that withdraw the matter, but with the understanding that we will do our due diligence and modify it so that we can bring it back again, because this is, something that the citizens were requesting and asking for. So I want to make sure that we do what we've, advocated that we would do for them.
Councilmember Jones.
Mr. Mayor, I think we owe it to Delegate Guy to show her the courtesy of asking her to go ahead and withdraw it, get her off the out of the position of having a bill killed in the legislature unnecessarily. I see nothing productive in letting her go ahead and have it killed on the floor. It's better for her to just withdraw the bill.
Councilmember Tower, your virtual hand still raised. Ms. Wooten, Ms. Wilson, your all's virtual hands are raised as well. So just wanted to confirm. Mr. Tower, did you have additional comments?
No, only to ask. I want to communicate with Delegate Guy. Would it be appropriate, Mr. Mayor, to see if anyone had any objection to communicating with Delegate Guy that it's the sense of council that we should withdraw the bill?
If I could speak at this point, after hearing and, some thought that a strategic withdrawal at this point might be the most appropriate thing rather than have it go forward and dissected. And I also heard some concerns from other members of our legislation that they felt left out of the loop too. So I think that throughout the entire process. So once again, I think if does anybody object to us recommending to Delegate Guy, and we thank her for her sponsorship, that we recommend a strategic withdrawal at this point? Does anybody object to that?
If you object, please raise your virtual hand. Mr. Tower, your hand is still raised, so if you could lower it so I know that. Anyone object? Seeing no virtual hands raised, Mayor, I'll turn the meeting over to you.
Okay, at this point, we will, if we can direct our attorney to pass on to Delegate Guy our sincere thanks, and we will definitely try to improve it, over the forthcoming time. Okay, anybody other new business? Thank you all. We are adjourned.